Chapter 3803. Liars. Liars. They're all liars. When Yi Xian heard that the demon emperor, who claimed that his cultivation was inferior to the two old things, was actually at the half-step universe realm, he immediately became excited. He slapped the table and roared, "Those two old bastards are indeed not humans. From the looks of it, they should at least be at the universe realm. Master, I was wondering if that old bastard mosquito butcher was the sector lord not long ago. I was tricked so badly." All of the demon royal family experts in the imperial palace were shocked by Yi Xian. When they heard that the reason why he suddenly flew into a rage was because of this, they immediately looked at him with sympathetic gazes. Even the demon emperor felt a little guilty. He stole a glance at Yi Xian and quickly distanced himself from him. "Little friend, this old man didn't say that they were at the universe realm. I only said that they were slightly stronger than this old man. You are naturally stronger than this old man when you are in the universe realm. However, those who have surpassed the universe realm are still stronger than this old man. As for the specifics, this old man doesn't know. This old man has never lied. In the future, don't say that this old man deliberately misled you." Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He stared at the demon emperor, speechless for a long time. Mo Intian was clearly feeling guilty. Judging from his words, the mad mosquito emperor and the wretched mosquito butcher were probably not just at the universe realm. Even the demon emperor, Mo Intian, might be at the same level as them. At this moment, Yi Xian felt his mind go blank. It was as if 10,000 horses were roaring through his chest. His breathing became rapid. His eyes were red. He was trying his best to control himself. He thought that he would be able to find out more about the mad mosquito king and the old bastard mosquito butcher after seeing the demon emperor. At least he would be able to find some clues. It would have been better if those two old bastards had not been mentioned. After asking, Yi Xian became even more confused. It was driving him crazy. The demon emperor, Mo Intian, clearly saw that Yi Xian was not in a good state. Due to his guilty conscience, he hurriedly said a few words and left. With a wave of his hand, a crack appeared in the center of the demon emperor palace. When the old man stepped in, the crack closed instantly. Not a trace of his aura was left behind. When Yi Xian came back to his senses, the old man was long gone. After a moment of depression, Yi Xian quickly adjusted his mood and threw this matter to the back of his mind. Grand Elder Mo and the other higher-ups of the Imperial Demon Emperor Palace. For this crusade against the Space Rat clan, our demon race will send out an army of 10 million battleships. We will send out 4 battleships in the space war. Of course, they are all fakes. At this point, Grandpa Mo awkwardly smiled and turned to look at Yi Xian. At that time, if you need to use the Starry Sky battle armor, you'll have to rely on the 4 great killing weapons in young Master Ling Hu's hands. On the other hand, 3 Star Lords from the royal family and I will be leading the command of the army. As for the experts, the royal family will send 4 of them. If there are no other problems, the army will set off tomorrow. The space zone where the space rat's nest was located was called the Rat Ruins. The Rat Ruin space zone was quite vast. After all, the space rats were one of the top 3 groups in the first universe. It was located in the southwest of the first universe. Its territory was similar to that of the Demon Emperor Palace, but it wasn't as prosperous as the Demon Emperor Palace's space zone. Battleships were flying in and out of the void from time to time. It was almost impossible to see battleships of foreign races in the Rat Ruin space zone. Even if there were, they would only be small fleets. On one hand, it was because the Rat Ruin space zone was remote, and there were no precious minerals. On the other hand, it was because this star field was the ancestral land of the Spatial Rat clan, and it possessed a certain special characteristic. The Rat Ruin star field was a paradise for the Space Rat clan, but it was a nightmare for the foreign fleets outside the clan. It was well known that rats loved to dig holes, even the space rats. However, they weren't like ordinary rats, who only dug holes on the ground. Because of their bloodline talent, almost all the space rats had the ability to dig holes in the void. As the space rat's nest, the rat-ruined space zone was actually a super huge rat nest. The entire space zone was like a giant beehive, with holes dug by the space rats everywhere. All the planets and the vast territory were like that. What was even weirder was that the countless rat holes in the space zone had been dug out by the space rats with their bloodline talent. Therefore, even though the entire space zone had become a sieve full of holes, the space in the entire space zone was still the same. It was extremely stable. There were no signs of it collapsing at all. This made people speechless, but it also made people gasp in amazement. Rats were not like other species. Their living habits were more chaotic and casual, and they could be found everywhere. Although the space rats were from the rat clan with a very good bloodline, they were still rats after all. Therefore, in the rat-ruined star field, there was basically no order like other species. The entire space rat race was basically in a chaotic state of life. In the rat-ruined space zone, only the largest rat-ruined planet was a forbidden area for ordinary space rats. They couldn't set foot on it casually. Other than that, there were no restrictions on the other planets and voids. If they wanted to dig holes, they could do it as they pleased. The Rat Ruins planet, which was listed as a forbidden area, was the ancestral land of the space rats. The Rat Emperor of the space rats resided there. Moreover, according to rumors, there was a void entrance somewhere in the depths of the Rat Ruins planet. It was connected to an independent universe, and that mysterious and independent universe was the true holy land of the space rats. It was also the place where the bloodline ancestor of the space rats died. At this moment, when the news that the tens of millions of battleships that the demon race had sent to suppress the space rat clan had arrived, in the depths of the giant rat-ruined star, where the surface of the land was also densely covered with countless large and small rat holes, in a bottomless vast black abyss, there was an old and thick voice. A fierce and ruthless voice rang out at the right time, resounding throughout the entire boundless rat-ruined space zone. It was heard by countless experts of the space rats hiding in the stars or the void. Little rats, prepare your sharp teeth and polish your sharp claws. The demon race is here. Squeak. Squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Chapter 3804. Although the demon domain and the rat-ruined star zone were not close to each other, they were not too far apart. After all, no matter how far apart they were still in the same universe. If Yi Xian traveled alone, it would only take him 5 days to reach the rat-ruined star zone from the demon domain with the current speed of the void-shattering shuttle. However, this time, an army of 10 million warships was traveling from the demon domain to the rat-ruined star zone. Most of them were stellar-level warships that were 3,000 meters long. Even if they jumped through wormholes, it would take them at least 15 days to reach the rat-ruined star zone. This was 3 times the time it would take Yi Xian to travel alone with the void-shattering shuttle to the rat-ruined star zone. This made him somewhat speechless, but he could do nothing about it. This crusade against the Space Rat clan was only the prelude to his conquest of the first universe with his allies. After the Space Rat clan, there were still the Hell Ant clan and other clans. Even if Yi Xian had the strength to suppress the entire Space Rat clan, he could only fight once. He could not fight alone every time. If that was the case, what was the point of having an ally like the Demon Domain? Moreover, he did not have the ability to do so, at least not now. Even though he had 4 void battleships, the Farmer God Cauldron, and an army of millions of ferocious beasts that included the 2 region lords that were hibernating within the space within the cauldron, it was obviously impossible for him to conquer a powerful clan with just these. Half a month was not a short time. Yi Xian decided to make good use of it. The warship he was on was the main flagship of the entire army, the West Punitive Expedition, a starry fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. The demon domain had mobilized 4 supreme beings and 4 old monsters at the Star-Lord realm. They were respectively in the main and 3 auxiliary flagship fortresses. On the main flagship, the West Punitive Expedition, was the fleet's commander-in-chief, Mo Qigong. The old monster at the Star-Lord realm was Grand Elder Mo, who was at the peak of the 9th stage. With the 2 of them overseeing the Western expedition, there was no need for Yi Xian to worry about anything. After the fleet left the Demonkin star field, Yi Xian entered his own cabin and began his seclusion. He didn't intend to cultivate during this period of closed-door cultivation. After all, he'd just broken through into the 6th rank of the Region Lord realm because he'd obtained the 9 transformations of the Devil 8 before he returned to Devil Emperor Star, and his cultivation in the vital energy and blood of his body had advanced successively by 3 small realms. Under such circumstances, what Yi Xian needed to do in the near future was to temper himself through battle after battle. He needed to digest the small hidden dangers left behind by the 3 consecutive breakthroughs in his cultivation, such as the unstable state of his cultivation. Therefore, after pondering for a while, Yi Xian decided to use this half a month to study the power of the Shenong cauldron, as well as the specific steps and details of using this cauldron to refine the flesh medicine. He could be considered to be preparing for a rainy day. After all, even though he'd successfully concocted the 14th and 15th grade liquids, it was only sufficient for him to use up to the 15th realm. According to the deduction of the Devour system, it was impossible for him to use a similar method to concoct the 16th grade liquids after that. In fact, this was the common understanding of all the powers and clans in the human race's science and technology camp. Once an expert attained the universe realm in their cultivation, then they possessed the qualifications to come into contact with the energy of the laws of the universe. On the other hand, the genetic cultivation liquid targeted the shackles of the potential of the expert. So, the path of genetic cultivation liquid had come to an end upon attaining the universe realm. It was impossible for him to use a similar method to concoct the 16th grade liquids after that, and he had to adapt and improve upon them. For example, he had to introduce certain methods and concepts from the human race's cultivation camp to refine medicinal pills. This was also a research direction recognized by all the forces and families in the field of gene fluid in the human race's science and technology camp. However, for these top forces and families, this matter seemed to be too far away, so the starry sky experts who devoted themselves to this topic were like phoenix feathers and scale horns, too rare. Yes. After all, they hadn't even concocted the 12th grade liquids yet. It would be a little too impatient of them to start researching the development path after the 15th grade liquids. If word got out, they would become a laughing stock. At the very least, the human race's cultivation camp wouldn't have anything good to say about it. They had always been ridiculing and criticizing the science and technology camp's genetic cultivation liquid. However, for Yi Xian, this was a matter of great urgency. After 3 more minor breakthroughs, he would have to use a vial of the 14th grade liquids to break through to the cosmic realm. After that, after another 9 minor breakthroughs, when his physical strength reached the peak of the 9th level of the cosmic realm, he would have to use the 15th grade liquids. In other words, Yi Xian only had 12 minor breakthroughs left before he used up all the genetic cultivation liquids he had. When that time came, he would have no more genetic cultivation liquids to use. Once he reached the peak of the 9th level of the cosmic realm, his path of cultivation would be cut off again, and he would be stuck at a standstill. That was definitely a big problem. Yi Xian had a strong sense of urgency. Therefore, while he still had some time, he was thinking about how to use the Shenong cauldron to concoct the flesh medicine that would allow him to continue moving forward after the cosmic realm and become a star lord or even a region lord. That was a completely new field. It wasn't alchemy in the cultivation camp, nor was it concocting genetic liquids in the science camp. It was a completely new research topic that combined the strengths of alchemy and the concoction of genetic liquids. Even though Yi Xian had the help of the devouring system's terrifying deduction ability, it was impossible for him to do it in such a short time. He had to calm down and focus on exploring and studying. Time flew by. 12 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian was completely immersed in studying the power and steps of the Shinong Cauldron, as well as the effects of the rare materials after reaching the 15th level. He was so fascinated that he didn't notice the passage of time at all. Yi Xian didn't come back to his senses until he heard Grandpa Mo's gloomy and helpless voice from the communication system in his cabin. "Brat, do you know how many days you've been locked up in there?" "It's been 12 days. The rat ruined space zone is right in front of us, and our army is approaching its edge. It's almost there, however, we've run into some trouble. I'm having a headache. Come out and take a look." 12 days. The rat ruined space zone is almost there. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. He then shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had been obsessed with the research for 12 days, but he still hadn't figured it out. His head was in a mess, and he didn't know where to start. It seemed that the matter couldn't be rushed. He had to figure it out in peace. Yi Xian heaved a sigh and removed the barriers. He then opened the cabin door and stepped out. Chapter 3805. The entire army had come to a complete halt. The vast void in front of Jizhan was densely packed with rat holes, making it impossible to move forward. Yi Xian, Grandpa Mo Qigong, and the other upper echelons of the fleet walked out of their respective flagship fortresses. At this moment, they gathered together and frowned as they looked at the void in front of them with displeasure. "We're about 2 days away from the rat-ruined star field." Grand Elder Mo pondered for a while before suddenly saying, "This is basically the case everywhere in the rat-ruined star field. The bloodline talent of the space rats is extraordinary. They have a part of the power of the space rats from the primordial age. Just like how the space-swallowing beast can devour the universe void and turn it into a black hole, the space rats can make holes in the void." "That's right. Moreover, even if a piece of space is densely packed with holes, this piece of space will not collapse because of this. It will be like a stable beehive structure, and it will still exist. This might be related to some kind of bloodline talent of the space rats. That's why this scene is normal in the rat-ruined star field where their nest is located. Whether it's the big or small stars or the universe void, they're all filled with rat holes of various sizes. Some have individual rat paths, while others are intertwined like a rat net. It's very troublesome." Speaking of this, Grandpa Amo sighed and said, "This star field is only close to the edge of the rat-ruined star field. It wasn't supposed to be like this, but now it seems that this group of damned rats wants to use this method to obstruct the advance of our fleet. They're trying to keep the war out of the rat-ruined star field. It seems that these damn rats are quite confident in this battle. They're even trying to protect their nest. Can the space oscillator repair these rat holes?" Yi Xian continued, "If this problem isn't solved, we can't move forward at all. The entire fleet has an army of 10 million, and the number of warships is too large." Everything in front of him reminded him of the spatial crack between the periphery of the root of all evil star field and the central region's buffer zone. The second universe's allied forces that had invaded the root of all evil star field had used the space bridging device to solve this problem. The space bridging device was different from the space oscillator device. It was more technologically advanced. The space oscillator was just a simple space oscillation effect. The greater the power, the wider the void affected. Even the conventional star-level warships of the 3,000-meter fleet could be equipped with low-power generators. However, the space-mending device required a small stronghold with a diameter of at least 50,000 meters to be equipped, which showed how high the level of the device was. This kind of device was originally created to repair some extremely unstable starfield voids in the universe, or some man-made small black holes. With a large number of space-healing devices working together, even a small black hole could be slowly mended and gradually closed. The reason why small fortresses and large fortresses were equipped with such space-closing devices was that during interstellar travel, the fleet would sometimes need them. They passed through some dangerous areas with void rifts. Faced with such a situation, if the cracks were not too large and they were not in a hurry, there was no need to take the risk at all. They could simply turn on the space-mending device, fix some of the cracks, and establish a stable, safe pathway before they moved on. At that time, the Second Universe's allied forces that had entered the root of all evil star field were as large as 10 million, and now the entire demon army behind Yi Xian was also of this scale. The entire fleet had more than 10 million warships of various types. Although only the small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters and the large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters were equipped with space-closing devices, the total number of these fortresses was more than 1 million. Nearly 1 million fortresses, large and small, could be divided into a few rows in the million miles diameter section of the void. They could be arranged in a high density and slowly drive into the rat hole in front of them, leading the 10 million strong army behind them to push forward. It was like minesweeping, the front opened the path, and the rear followed. Grandpa Mo quickly gave the order. In a short half an hour, 1 million fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters and 100,000 meters were driven over. They were arranged in 2 rows, and the left and right sides were 1 million kilometers long. Then, following Mo Qigong's order, the million strongholds immediately activated the space compaction device and slowly moved forward. In his line of sight, in front of more than 1 million fortresses, the void was trembling at an extremely small frequency. With this continuous trembling, the space cracks of different sizes that were originally distributed in this section of the galaxy's void were visible to the naked eye. They began to close at a visible speed. Although the movement of the million fortresses was slow, they did not stop and continued to advance. From time to time, one could see mouse holes of different sizes in front of them, but as long as they passed through the void, the back was a flat path. All the mouse holes disappeared. This kind of small void hole did not consume too much time and kinetic energy to repair. Behind these millions of fortresses, nearly 10 million battleships of various types entered with incomparable ease. They no longer had to worry about mouse holes blocking their advance. Yi Xian always had a feeling that something was wrong. Was the Space Mouse clan so easy to deal with? Sending out a large number of clansmen to turn this huge void into mouse holes, and the effect was only to slightly delay the advance of the fleet of 10 million? I'm afraid things aren't that simple. Rumble, sure enough, just as Yi Xian was starting to feel suspicious and worried, a loud explosion suddenly came from the void in front of the million minesweeping army. A large area of the void within a radius of 100 miles collapsed. That void was originally the same as the void in other locations, densely packed with mouse holes of varying sizes. However, no matter how many mouse holes there were in other areas, the void was like a stable beehive structure, exceptionally stable. Once the vibration repair effect of the space closing device was activated, the void was repaired in a short period of time, and the mouse holes disappeared. Only the void within 100 miles was clearly a trap. Not only did the microfrequency vibration effect of the space closing device fail to repair it, it was like pushing down dominoes, directly causing the adjacent mouse holes to explode. Then, the vast expanse of space collapsed completely. This was not just a void rift, but a collapsed void with a radius of 100 miles. Streams of void turbulence had already swept out from the collapsed area like a black hole. Chapter 3806. The first void trap had been detonated, and they had lost more than a dozen fortresses. Thousands of demon experts had died because of this. This was because a large number of intelligent robots had been used in all the tens of millions of warships. Otherwise, if all the posts in the fortresses had been taken care of by demon experts, the losses this time would have been as high as tens of thousands. The population of the demon race was not large to begin with. This level of loss was simply unbearable. Grand Elder Mo had no choice but to immediately give the order to stop moving forward. All the warships, including the tens of millions of soldiers following behind and the millions of fortresses clearing the path ahead, all stopped in the void. Then, the upper echelons of the demon race gathered again with Yi Xian to discuss countermeasures. Thousands of our people are gone just like that. I don't care about the dozen or so big and small fortresses. In any case, we were robbed. But the death of these thousands of clansmen is really distressing. If they had died in a direct battle with the Space Mouse clan, then it would have been fine. But now, they have died in such an inexplicable manner. A Star-Lord old monster of the demon race was full of anger. He had a bad temper. At this time, the veins on his neck were bulging. He clenched his fists and looked like he was going to eat someone. The population of the demon race was not large to begin with. They occupied such a large area of the demon race, but the total number of their people was not even 100 million. Therefore, the loss of thousands of their people just now made everyone feel bad. Even Grand Elder Mo Qigong, and the others had dark clouds on their faces. They were silent. After a while, Mo Qigong worriedly took over the conversation and said somewhat helplessly, "Now we can basically confirm that this is the trick of the Space Mouse clan. The entire void has been turned into a rat hole. In addition to blocking the advance of our fleet, there are also many void traps. They are trapped in them. Even if we repair with the space compaction device, we will still encounter situations like this from time to time. If the entire area is deep enough, we will encounter such situations again and again. In the end, the millions of warships will be almost destroyed. Moreover, after we pass through this area, the entire rat-ruined starfield is in the same situation. In that case, as long as those damned rats hide in the depths and continue to set up similar traps for us along the way, we'll be in big trouble. It's very likely that the morale of our fleet will be greatly damaged even before we officially start the war with them." Although what he said was a little encouraging, it was the truth. For a moment, the atmosphere of the meeting became oppressive, and everyone's expression was not good. "Leave the matter of minesweeping to me," Yi Xian rolled his eyes. It was just a small matter, yet all of them acted as if their parents had died. It really made him speechless. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "The million-sized fortresses are still following behind. I'm in charge of minesweeping. All the space compactors are still active. They're in charge of repairing the rat holes." The upper echelons of the Demon Kin royal family all looked at Yi Xian with puzzled expressions. "Don't forget that I still have a void battle Jarl in my hands." Yi Xian grinned. "If I use it at full power, a large part of the void in front of us will probably collapse. However, if I only use a small amount of restraining power, it should be able to trigger those traps ahead of time like attracting lightning. Moreover, the void battle Jarl's power covers a very wide area, so basically, it can be switched around. All the traps will be exposed if I roar twice in a certain direction. When that happens, all I have to do is go around them and move forward." This was indeed the best solution, and it was practical. Before this, Yi Xian had not been able to precisely control the power of the 4 battle Jarls in his hands. However, during this period of time, the commanders in charge of guarding the core beehive nodes of the 4 battle Jarls, such as the 8-star Wang Biao, the purple gold slime, the mosquito prince Shui Ben, and so on, had long become proficient in controlling the battle Jarls. Now, the battle Jarls could be activated at full power, but they could also be activated with a small amount of restraining power. When the full power was activated, after one attack, it could not continue to participate in the battle. There was a cooldown period, and all the mosquito beasts, soldier ladles, and so on needed a certain amount of time to recover. However, the small amount of restraining power activation could be activated multiple times. Now that Yi Xian was using the Void Battle Jarl, he was prepared to activate its power with a small amount of restraining power. In this way, not only could he solve the problem, but he could also preserve the Void Battle Jarl's ability to continue fighting. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately rushed to the front of the 10 million army. Even the million-sized strongholds in charge of repairing the rat holes were behind him. With a wave of his hand, the Void Battle Jarl was activated, and Yi Xian immediately gave the order to attack. Of course, it was a small amount of restraining power activation. Without any hesitation, the tens of millions of soldier ladles and the thousands of beehive nodes of the Void Battle Jarl all began to move under Yi Xian's command. There were a total of thousands of beehive nodes with a diameter of 3,000 meters. Inside each node, there were tens of thousands of Void Battle Jarls guarding them, fully activating the unique biological frequency of the Battle Jarl clan. These unique biological frequencies were uniformly transmitted out under the guidance of the Battle Jarls in each beehive node. Thousands of beehive nodes, thousands of biological frequency streams that were like large rivers, flowed along the pipes, all surging towards the core node of the core circle, and then merged into the two 8-star King Jarls. Under the gathering, they merged into one. In the end, as the void essence crystal that was floating in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness suddenly trembled in anger, this terrifying and mysterious creature wave frequency surged like a tsunami. Buzz! Buzz! Before this majestic and terrifying biological frequency completely gathered, the void in front of them had already begun to tremble faintly. Its effect far exceeded the commotion that a large number of void vibrators could cause at the same time. Yi Xian even had the illusion that the entire vast and boundless star domain was trembling under the sudden arrival of this high-frequency buzzing sound. Immediately after, the mysterious frequency energy that had completely gathered into one instantly poured out under the huge tremor of the void marrow crystal. Whoosh! A terrifying piercing sound that was sharp enough to tear apart the heavens rang out, far more shocking than the deafening sound of a huge explosion. In the void in front of him, there was clearly an invisible tide that was like an ocean in the starry sky. It leaked out from the core node and followed the outer 9 rings of the Void Battle Jarl. It continued to expand until it finally turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it faced the huge mouth of the giant horn. The void was completely enveloped. Chi-la-la, boom. Rumble. Chapter 3807. With a single strike of the Void Battle Claw, thousands of void traps appeared in an instant. This scene was too frightening. Even Grand Elder Mo and the other upper echelons of the demon race were shocked. If these thousands of void traps were all filled with the lives of battleships and demon race experts, how heavy would the losses be? However, this was not all. The power of the Void Battle Kara covered an area of about 45 degrees. This was already limited by the Battle Kara-shaped structure of the Starry Sky Great Killing Weapon and could not be changed. Yi Xian's attack at this moment, the Battle Claw was facing the front, so it only covered a 45-degree fan area. Obviously, it did not trigger all the traps. On the left and right of this 45-degree fan area, there was another area of almost the same size. But it did not matter. This kind of small suppression power could be used 10 times in a row. In the worst-case scenario, he could just fire one more shot at the left and right fan areas. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to attack. Soon, the Void Battle Claw under his feet adjusted its direction and fired the same shot to the left. In the end, the scene that appeared was similar to what had happened before. After a vast expanse of earth-shattering scenes, thousands of black hole traps of varying sizes appeared. Within those black hole vortexes, one could occasionally see the tattered bodies of spatial tribe beings. These were the spatial race powerhouses who hadn't managed to escape from these traps in time. The moment the traps were triggered, their bodies were torn into pieces by the large amount of void turbulence that surged out from the collapsing black holes. Then, the Void Battle Claw adjusted its direction again and fired another shot to the right of the void. In the end, after the 3 shots, nearly 3,000 collapsed black holes of different sizes appeared in the vast and boundless void in front of them. The small ones had a radius of 100 miles, while the large ones had a radius of 10,000 miles. It was a shocking sight to behold. These void traps were originally landmines. Who knew how many battleships and demon race experts would be used to fill them all up? But now, they were all exposed and triggered by the power of the void battle claw. All of this was thanks to Yi Xian. Even though he had only activated his void battle armor and fired 3 cannons in front of him, to the countless devil cultivator experts in the 10 million strong army behind him, it was a narrow escape from death. If not for what Yi Xian had done, who knew how many demon experts would have died just from the black hole traps in front of them. At this moment, from the tens of millions of warships behind him, countless burning gazes gathered on the back of Yi Xian, who stood proudly at the peak of the void battle tower. At this moment, all of the devil dwellers were filled with gratitude and completely acknowledged young Master Ling Hu. At the same time, at the furthest point in front of the rat hole trap area that was tens of thousands of miles long, a fleet that had activated a concealment formation was quietly standing there. This fleet wasn't large, but it still had 1 million battleships. It was the Spatial Rat Clan's army. They were originally watching the show from the opposite side of the trap area, but now everything was ruined. From the flagship in the middle of the million warships, angry roars could be heard. Ling Hu Chong. Ling Hu Chong. You deserve to die. This old man mobilized 10 billion clansmen and rab beasts to prepare the rat hole traps, but you destroyed them so easily. This old man hates you. Come on. If you dare to enter the rat-ruined star field, this old man will not let you go back. Squeak. Squeak, the one who roared was an old man. At this moment, he was in the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship fortress. Although he was in human form, he had long rat whiskers, a pointed mouth, and pointed ears. At first glance, one could tell that he was a rat. However, he clearly only had one sharp rat ear, and the other side of his head was empty. For some reason, he was missing an ear. This person was called Rat Tushan, and he was the clan elder of the Spatial Rat Clan. The clan's universe path master Shu Wushuang was his grandson. While Rat Tushan was roaring like thunder in the flagship fortress of the Spatial Rat Clan, at the ends of the 2 voids in the distance, several fleets had activated the concealment formation and were looking at the area from afar. The news of the alliance between the Demon Clan and young Master Ling Hu to suppress the Spatial Rat Clan had spread throughout the 3 universes. The major clans and top forces in the 2nd and 3rd universes had no choice but to watch the battle in person due to the restrictions of their territories. However, the clans of the 1st universe did not have such restrictions. This battle was related to the future of the 1st universe, so the clans of the 1st universe had to pay attention to it. In fact, when the Demon Clan's army of 10 million warships was still on the way, the clans of the 1st universe had each sent a fleet to the rat-ruined star field. However, they naturally could not enter the rat-ruined star field. It would be a battlefield, and they would only be asking for trouble. All the fleets of the clans that came were not large, only about 100 warships. This time, they came not to participate in the battle but to watch it. Moreover, all the fleets had activated the concealment formation and did not dare to reveal themselves. Otherwise, whether they were seen by the Demon Clan or the Spatial Rat Clan, it would not be a good thing. These fleets came from almost all the clans of the 1st universe, including the Hell Ant Clan, which was also one of the top 3 clans of the slave clans. All the fleets of the clans that were watching the battle did not approach. They were at least 10 million miles away in the void, secretly watching. At this moment, they saw young Master Ling Hu display his invincible might. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a great starry sky war. In a short span of a few breaths, the Space Mouse clan's meticulously prepared rat-hole trap minefield for more than 10 days was completely disintegrated. Moreover, a large number of Spatial Rat Clan members who did not have time to withdraw from the rat holes were killed along with the rat beasts raised by their clans. There were a lot of gasps and exclamations in the fleets of the various clans in an instant. Look, that starry sky war Raja was summoned by young Master Ling Hu with a wave of his hand. He must have refined it. Otherwise, how could he absorb it into his body? The Starry Sky War Raja is the trump card of the demon clan. It was created by the peerless genius of the demon clan, Mo Jinfeng. The cooperation between young Master Ling Hu and the demon clan has deepened to such an extent. He even handed over such a great weapon of the Starry Sky War Raja, and it might even be a gift. That's not the point. The most important thing is... Didn't you notice? This time, the same Starry Sky War Raja has been activated 3 times in a row. Heavens, has Mo Jinfeng solved the problem of the cooldown period of such a great weapon in such a short time? Chapter 3808. Squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After 3 bombardments from the void battle claws, nearly 3,000 rat-hole traps of different sizes were revealed in the vast expanse of void in front of Jizhan, which was thousands of miles deep. This minefield was easily destroyed. Jizhan did not even know how far away he was. As the rat holes turned into collapsed black holes, a lot of space turbulence surged out. Since the vast void was full of rat holes, some of them were even connected to the edges of the collapsed black holes. Therefore, the space turbulence drilled into any gap they saw. Some of them even rushed into the rat holes, which were soon followed by a lot of squeaking noises. The powerhouses of the Space Mouse clan, who had been hiding in these countless rat holes, fled like stray dogs, whizzing out from one rat hole after another. In addition, there were also a large number of undeveloped rat beasts that had yet to develop intelligence. Those rat beasts weren't intelligent, but they were good at digging holes. They had made great contributions when they were brought out of the rodent-ruined space zone and dug holes in the vast void. But at this moment, whether it was a large number of Space Rat Clan experts or even more Space Rat beasts, they had all been driven out of the rat holes. There was no longer any place to hide. The nearly 3,000 collapsed black holes of varying sizes were like large nodes, while the densely packed rat holes in this void were like small nodes that were more or less connected by a few rat holes. The space turbulence surging out of the collapsed black holes was spreading everywhere along the few connected rat holes. Hiding in the rat holes at such a moment would be suicide. In the blink of an eye, the entire vast void, which was originally full of rat holes and nothing else, was suddenly filled with a dense tide of beast rats and Space Rat Clan experts. Some of them exploded as soon as they rushed out of the rat holes, because some of the space turbulence behind them had chased them all the way out of the rat holes. It was a case of going for wool but coming home shorn. At least 10 million Space Rat Clan experts and rat beasts were killed in a few seconds. There was even a faint smell of blood in the void ahead. Thousands of kilometers away, at the end of the rat hole area, the Star Lord of the Space Rat Clan roared even more furiously. His voice even crossed thousands of kilometers and was clearly transmitted to the other end of the rat hole area. Linghu Xiaoxin, I'm waiting for you. Do you dare to fight me? A dignified old monster of the Star Lord realm actually dared to openly challenge a junior who hadn't even reached the cosmic light realm and request for a battle. There was probably no one who could be as shameless as him. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid in the slightest. The current him, in the state of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape's true body, had long since reached the 3rd level of the universe realm. If he were to add on the Starry Sky treasure level battle armor and battle weapon, he would have a long time to go against the Star Master. That was without using the Skyfall Bow and other ultimate techniques. He immediately responded, "Old rat, just you wait. I'll be there soon. I'll let you live a little longer, then I'll cut off your head." Pooh! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of blood spraying could be heard from the other side of the void. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to it. He immediately waved his hand and put away the void battle armor, then turned around and returned to the flagship, the Western Expedition. The entire army continued to move forward. All the traps in the void had been triggered. The 1,000,000 fortresses at the front had activated the space compaction device at full strength to avoid the collapsing black holes of various sizes and led the army of 10,000,000 battleships forward. It was only a stretch of void that was tens of thousands of miles deep, so it would only take half a day at most for the entire fleet to pass through this region safely. After another day of starship travel, they would arrive at the edge of the rat-ruined star region. However, it was obvious that a battle would break out before they got close to the rat-ruined stellar region because the Space Rat clan had dispatched a region lord to lead an army to block the path ahead. It seemed that they were prepared to launch a barrage of attacks the instant the entire army charged out of the rat hole area. They were taking advantage of the fact that the enormous army of 10,000,000 battleships hadn't had time to set up a formation to launch a head-on attack. All the higher-ups of the Imperial clan had clearly guessed such a situation. At this moment, right when Yi Xian strode into the flagship, the Western Expedition, Grand Elder Mo Qigong, and the other higher-ups of the Imperial clan had converged over at the first possible moment. "Kid, do you really intend to fight that old fellow? He's the Star-Lord realm, yet he's shamelessly challenging you. Why pay any attention to him?" As soon as they met, Grand Elder Mo spoke of his opinion, and he continued before Yi Xian could reply. "That old fellow definitely has some sort of trick up his sleeve. Even though he's making such a ruckus right now and seems to be exasperated and in chaos, how could the Star-Lord realm be so anxious? If I'm not wrong, then he's making such a ruckus on purpose to numb us. But in reality, he doesn't think that you'll really fight him in person, and that old fellow doesn't intend to give you that chance as well. Our fleet is currently stretched too far. Originally, we had an army of 10,000,000, but in order to get out of this rat hole along the narrow repair area, the entire army only has about 500,000 battleships in front of us. The other side is waiting for us to tire out. They've already lined up in formation, guarding at the forefront of this rat hole area. Moreover, all the battleships must have been charged long ago. At that time, as long as there are 1,000,000 battleships across the void, a round of salvo will be enough to beat us to the point where we won't dare to show our faces. We'll be forced to retreat into this rat hole void." Speaking of this situation, Grand Elder Mo frowned. Mo Qigong and the other higher-ups of the Imperial clan all had the same expression, depressed and indignant. It was indeed enough to be sullen. The entire subjugation army had a scale of 10,000,000 battleships, which could be considered terrifying among the slave races of the first universe. But now, they had set out, and they hadn't even seen the edge of the rat-ruined star field, the base of the Rat clan in space, yet they had already encountered such an embarrassing and depressing situation. Who wouldn't be angry? That old fellow has a scheme. I've also thought of this. Yi Xian nodded when he saw Grandpa Mo stop after he finished speaking. He didn't seem to be worried in the slightest. After a short pause, he continued, "Don't worry, his scheme won't succeed. There's still about half a day before we reach the edge of this rat hole void. At that time, I'll rush to the front of the 1,000,000 large and small fortresses opening the way. They won't be waiting for us to tire out. As soon as our fleet shows up, they'll immediately bombard us with all their battleships and launch a salvo until we don't dare to show our faces. That's fine, it's just mutual harm. This young master already has a countermeasure. When the time comes, it's really hard to say who will be the one crying and howling." Chapter 3809. The scene in the void was a bit weird. The vast starry sky that stretched out endlessly from left to right was filled with countless rat holes. There were also nearly 3,000 black holes of varying sizes formed by the collapse of the void, distributed irregularly among them. In this strange void area, a large number of Space Mouse clan powerhouses and a larger number of mouse beasts were frantically fleeing to the opposite side. There, at the edge of this rat hole area, there was an army of 1,000,000 battleships that had already been arrayed. All the battleships had already been charged. Just waiting for an order, they could launch a full-force attack. And in the direction where this army of 1,000,000 battleships was facing, across the rat hole void area nearly 10 million miles away, an army of 10 million was slowly moving forward. Although the entire army had 10 million battleships, they were now lined up in a long and narrow column. The cross-section at the front was a million large and small fortresses in 2 rows. All of these things were mixed together, and anyone could see what kind of situation would appear soon. On the left and right sides of the opposite void, the high-level servants of the first universe who had all turned on the stealth system of the battleships had already sighed at this time. The Space Mouse clan was really good at calculating. In the void that was 10 million miles deep in front of them, only a passage with a diameter of more than 100 miles was left. The left and right sides of the passage were full of rat hole traps of varying sizes. Although all of them had been triggered harmlessly, the black holes formed by the collapse of the void were still there. The entire army of 10 million from the demon race could only pass through this narrow area. At that time, as soon as they rushed out from the other edge of the rat hole area, they would immediately face a round of bombardment from the millions of battleships. This was definitely the rhythm of the bombardment. Perhaps, the army of 10 million brought by the demon race and Linghu young master this time would really stop here. They had come here in such a grandiose manner, but in the end, they had no choice but to return home before they could even see the ancestral home of the Space Rat clan, the edge of the Shu Star region. If this matter were to spread out, young Master Linghu and the entire demon race would become a laughingstock. Regarding this scene, the higher-ups of the various slave races in the first universe, who were hiding in the void to watch from afar, were filled with anticipation. Nearly half a day later, when the entire army of 10 million warships approached the edge of the rat hole, the experts of the Space Mouse clan and the greater number of rat beasts in the rat hole area had already retreated and entered the army of 1 million warships that were in formation in the void outside. At this moment, Yi Xian walked out of the cabin. He raised his hand and waved at Grandpa Mo, tell the fortress army to stop about 100 miles away from the edge of the rat hole area. Leave the rest to me. After saying that, his figure flickered and walked out of the main flagship fortress of the West expedition. He then concealed his figure and rushed forward. After a short while, Yi Xian arrived at the forefront. The millions of strongholds that had opened the way for him had already been left behind. Yi Xian's concealed figure shuttled through the void full of rat holes only 100 miles away in front of him. After a while, he finally found a space in this area that was enough to summon a starry sky warship. With a wave of his hand, the blood-red Weeping Soul warship was summoned. It lay across the void, its huge mouth facing the front. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian stepped into the core beehive node of the Weeping Soul warship and then issued the order to bombard it. Of course, it was still a restrained attack, because this time, the direction of the mouth still needed to be adjusted to launch a bombardment in 3 directions, front, left, and right. Although it was a weak bombardment, the power was enough. Among the millions of warships spread out in the void 100 miles away in front of him, there were only some weak experts of the Space Mouse clan. With the Weeping Soul warlord's full-strength attack, all those below the cosmic light realm would die. Yi Xian was only using a small amount of power to suppress it. He estimated that all those below the 12th realm, the Void Realm, would die. But this was enough. How many Void Realm experts of the Space Mouse clan could there be among the millions of warships? Most of them were existences below the Void Realm. If they were all killed in an instant, it would be impossible for the millions of warships to fire in unison. Basically, all the posts would be unmanned. Those who survived would only be the commanders. Soon, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts and the thousands of beehive nodes of the Weeping Soul warship all began to move after Yi Xian activated the Weeping Soul blood crystal. In the thousands of beehive nodes with a diameter of 3,000 meters, tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts fully activated the unique Weeping Soul spiritual wave of their race. This unique spiritual wave energy gathered from each beehive node and flowed through the special channels between the nodes toward the core circle. The core node gathered into one. Following that, the Weeping Soul blood crystal that floated in front of Yi Xian suddenly trembled. This terrifying and unique mental wave transformed into an incomparably sharp howl. It was like the roar of a sea of rage as it instantly leaked out. Screech, a mournful cry of the Weeping Soul resounded through the void. The entire vast and boundless star domain began to tremble under the sudden arrival of this vicious cry. It was so sharp that it could tear apart the heavens. The terrifying howl rang out, instantly causing countless experts in the nearby void to tremble violently. Even their minds and consciousnesses were in a trance at this moment. It was as if their spirit bodies were being drawn by the howl and were about to leave their bodies. In the void in front of them, an invisible tide like an ocean in the starry sky suddenly leaked out from the core node. It followed the outer 9 rings of the warship and continued to expand. In the end, it turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it completely covered the vast void facing the huge mouth of the giant horn. Shroud! It swept through the vast void in front of them. At this moment, all the experts in the void near and far felt their minds go blank. Before they could react, in the void 100 miles away on the opposite side, in the hundreds of thousands of battleships of the million-strong army of the Space Rat clan, there suddenly came a series of extremely shrill and short miserable howls. Squeak! Squeak, 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 the screams came one after another. In half a breath of time, they were densely packed and resounded throughout the sky and earth. However, they could only hear the sound, but they could not see any abnormalities. All the warships, fortresses that were enveloped by this Weeping Soul howl sound wave were still motionless in the void. Only the sharp squeaks of the rats rose and fell one after another, revealing a mournful and cold aura. Other than that, there was no other movement. The atmosphere in the entire void was so strange that it made one's scalp go numb. Seeing this scene, in the main control cabin on the top floor of the fleet's flagship, the West Expedition, in the distance, Grandpa Mo and the other upper echelons of the Demon Cultivator royal family, who had already understood Yi Xian's intentions, all trembled without exception. Chapter 38:10. The appearance of the Weeping Soul War Talisman was too sudden. Before this, Yi Xian had quickly approached the space in front of the strongholds and concealed himself along the way. Only when he had chosen a place to launch the Weeping Soul War Talisman did he suddenly wave his hand and launch the War Talisman. Then, he immediately entered the Weeping Soul War Talisman and gave the order to attack. All of this happened too quickly. Before anyone could react, the Weeping Soul War Talisman had already launched its first attack. A third of the million battleships in front of them were instantly paralyzed. Although the Genesis Realm experts in these 300,000 battleships were still alive, the order could no longer be followed by the subordinates. Almost all the lower-level battleship operators had been killed. Then, before the million battleships of the Space Rat race in front of them could explode, the Weeping Soul War Talisman adjusted the direction of the talisman and launched a second attack. Then, the talisman launched a third attack to the right. 3 bombardments were launched in different directions. In less than 3 breaths of time, the million-strong army of the Space Mouse clan was completely crippled. Yes, in order to conserve their strength and ensure that they could continue to fight, the Weeping Soul War Talisman also launched a small attack. Among the million battleships in front of them, only hundreds of millions of low-level Space Rat race experts and even more rat beasts had fallen. All the Space Rat experts at the 13th level of Genesis Realm and above only had their souls shaken and their heads spinning. They did not die. After adjusting their breathing, the dizziness in their heads disappeared and they completely returned to normal. But this was meaningless. Among the million battleships, there were only a few 100,000 Space Rat experts at the 13th level of Genesis Realm and above. On average, each of them could not even manage a single battleship. Moreover, these Space Rat experts at the Genesis Realm and above were mostly gathered in the main and vice flagship strongholds. In other words, most of the million battleships were ghost ships. There was not a single living person inside, so how could they fire at the same time? How could they attack the 10 million demon army that was about to charge out of the rat hole and beat them until they did not dare to show their faces? In fact, even if they had the ability, the 10 million demon army would not give them the chance. Just as the Weeping Soul warlords launched their first attack, Mo Qigong, who was inside the Western expedition, immediately gave the order for the entire fleet to advance at full speed. Right now, the aftermath of the third bombardment of the Weeping Soul battleship had just subsided. In the flagship fortress of the million-strong army, the furious roar of the Space Mouse race old monster had just sounded. The million-strong fortress in charge of opening the path ahead had already rushed out of the rat hole void. At the edge of the region. At the first moment, they concentrated their firepower and launched a volley of shots at the main flagship of the enemy camp that let out a furious roar, boom. Rumble, beams of light shot out from the cannons, half of which were antimatter death ray beams. They blasted holes in the enemy's main flagship and the surrounding fortresses. At this moment, behind the million-sized strongholds, the entire Devil Cultivator race's tens of millions of continents were also rapidly rushing out of the rat hole area. However, they did not launch a bombardment. After all, the million battleships on the other side were basically dead ships. These were all war trophies. They would have to collect them later and send Devil Cultivator experts. Smart robots would be stationed there. When they reached the Rad Ruin Star Zone, it would be good to push these million battleships to the front. Roar! Linghu brat, do you dare to fight me? I swear I will kill you today. Roar! Earth-shaking roars echoed. From the large and small fortresses that were being bombarded, experts of the Space Mouse race rushed out one after another, all of them in a sorry state. These fellows were all high-ranking commanders of the Spatial Mouse fleet with cultivation levels above the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. Now, they had all escaped from their respective warships, because they would only become targets if they stayed. More than half of the demon race's million strongholds were bombarded by antimatter death ray cannons, brushing past them. People were going to die. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of experts of the Spatial Rat clan filled the void. Some directly concealed their figures, while others revealed their bloodline true bodies. They were thousands of feet tall, or even tens of thousands of feet tall. They stood across the void, blocking the path ahead. The leader of the group was a giant blue rat that was 10,000 meters tall. He was emitting a horrifying aura of the Star-Lord state. He was exactly the commander of the Space Mouse race's fleet, who had blocked the demon race's army outside the Rat Ruin Star Zone. He was none other than the one-eared rat Poshan. At that moment, the mission of the one-eared rat Poshan to intercept the enemy had obviously failed completely. Not only had the million battleships been destroyed, but the 100 million Space Mouse race experts and rat beasts in those battleships had also perished. Only the middle and high-level commanders who were above the Genesis state in the 13th realm survived. This kind of result could be said to be tragic, and they had lost all their face. The one-eared rat Poshan was already furious. He activated his bloodline and revealed his bloodline true body after he rushed out of the flagship fortress, then roared at Yi Xian. At that moment, he was so angry that his old face was burning hot. The only thing in his mind was to kill young Master Linghu immediately, so that he might be able to save some face. Otherwise, as a Star Lord, he would probably be too ashamed to return to his race's ancestral land, let alone go out to meet people in the future. That was too sad. While Rat Pao Shan was shouting crazily, in the far left and right voids in the distance, the masters of the First Universe's various clans were hiding in various large and small fortresses. However, all of them had activated their concealment array and were not showing themselves. They saw young Master Linghu rush out of the rat hole area with the terrifying battle talisman that was 300,000 meters in diameter and into the void of the universe outside the area. Immediately, they retreated backwards in a panic. Each and every one of them cried out in shock, "What the hell?" Another one. And it's clearly different from the previous one. This blood-red weapon of mass destruction should be the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman, which was famous in the demon race's star zone. Its power is only less than the Golden Time Talisman. What's going on? What's the relationship between young Master Linghu and the demon race's brother, Mo Jinfeng? How could it be so good? He even gave away 2 of the demon race's star battle talisman. It seems that our previous guess has been confirmed. The demon race's royal brother Mo Jinfeng is indeed a great talent. In such a short time, he has already solved the problem of the demon race's star battle talisman's cooldown. Chapter 38:11. Stop the bombardment. Those are all this young master's spoils of war. Will you compensate me if I destroy them? After stepping out of the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman, Yi Xian waved his hand and put it back into his body. He grinned and stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He turned his head and looked at the clamoring Rat Tushan in the distance. A simple sentence, but it almost caused the other to explode on the spot. Yo, this young master was wondering who it was. After all this time, it was One Ear who made a comeback. But, the matter of your jailbreak, does the sheriff know? The story of One Ear and Black Cat Sheriff was widely known in the third universe of the human race. It was deeply loved by the children of the human race. At this moment, Yi Xian said such words. It was undoubtedly a humiliation. A dignified star master had been ridiculed as the rat thief One Ear in the children's stories. This was absolutely unacceptable. PFFF, Linghu brat, I'll be damned. Rat Tushan was so angry that blood spurted out of his body. Although the other side was clearly ridiculing and humiliating him, he couldn't refute it. The right side of his head was indeed empty. In the past, his opponent had cut off one of his ears. He deliberately didn't repair it just to remind himself. He didn't expect that today, he would become a laughingstock. This made him feel as if he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot. Moreover, it was quite a heavy blow. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. In the void on both sides, the powerhouses of the first universe's slave races were hibernating in all kinds of battleships with concealment arrays activated. At this moment, when they heard Yi Xian's mocking words, their expressions were extremely wonderful and strange. Young Master Linghu's mouth was too poisonous. He specifically picked people to mock. The Space Rat Clan Star Master hadn't even made a move yet, but he was already angered to death. This was simply too shocking. His mouth must have been smeared with some strange poison. One Ear, didn't you want to fight this young master to the death? Yi Xian directly ignored the fact that Rat Tuotian was so angry that he spat out blood. He raised his finger and said in high spirits, if you want to fight, then fight. However, don't spit out blood and die first. This king still wants to warm up before taking your rat's nest. PFFF, in the void ahead, the giant Rat Tushan coughed up blood again. Devil Ape True Body. With a roar, Yi Xian, who was standing in the air with his hands behind his back, instantly activated his 3-headed, 6-armed Devil Ape True form and entered this state. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. First transformation. Almost in the next instant, the primordial little millstone ape let out an explosive roar once more. An inexplicable bloodline power immediately surged in his body, converging into a tide-like force, greatly increasing the power of the 3 primordial little demon ape real bodies. In the blink of an eye, his body, which was only 100 feet tall, directly rose to a height of 1,000 feet. However, this was not the end. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Second transformation. After the third roar, the familiar feeling came again. The chi and blood in the 3 true bodies surged again, the magnitude of which surpassed the first change. It directly affected Yi Xian's original body, causing the cultivation of his physical body and blood to change again. During the first transformation, the devil ape true body was around 1,000 feet tall, but now, it had grown to over 10,000 feet tall. Roar! 9 changes of the devil ape. Third change. Yi Xian raised his head and roared. As the third change of the devil ape true body was activated, the surging qi and blood in the 3 true bodies soared again, surging like a roaring river. This caused the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body to rapidly expand like a balloon. From a height of 10,000 feet, it quickly grew to 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, until it reached a height of 100,000 feet. In less than 3 breaths of time, Yi Xian had activated the devil ape's true body, and had even directly activated the bloodline ability of the devil ape's 9 transformations. Although he had only activated the 3rd transformation, the size of the devil ape's true body had still reached a height of 30,000 meters, and was on par with the mountain of a mouse in the air. However, the aura of cultivation that was spreading out of his body was much weaker. The one-eared rat Tushan was a 4th-rank Star Lord. The primordial demon ape, which was also 10,000 feet tall, was only a 6th-rank universe realm warrior. The gap was almost an entire realm. Seeing this scene, the one-eared rat Tushan in the void opposite him was stunned for a moment, then he raised his head and laughed. 9 changes of the devil ape true body. Ha ha ha. What a joke. I've only heard of the 9 changes of the berserk lion. So what if you come up with a knockoff version of the 9 changes of the devil ape? Your cultivation and strength have increased greatly. Your realm is useless. You will still be crushed by me. Today, I will kill you. Rat Tushan roared the last sentence out of his throat, almost gnashing his teeth. As he roared, his body instantly disappeared, merging into the void with a leap, and there was no trace of him. The primordial demon ape true body was famous for its ferocity, and it had defeated the heaven and earth Tao child of the 3 major races in the root of all evil star region. However, Rat Tushan had not seen it with his own eyes. At that time, he had been in the space rat clan's nest and had not gone to the root of all evil star region. Moreover, no matter how famous the primordial demon ape true body was, it had only killed and captured the heaven and earth Tao child of the various major races. Rat Tushan, on the other hand, had a Star Lord cultivation, which was on a completely different level. Therefore, in Rat Tushan's eyes, young Master Linghu, who was only at the Genesis realm, even if he activated his bloodline. Even if his true body temporarily had the strength of the universe realm, he was far from being a match for Rat Tushan. He was destined to be killed in this battle. Rat Tushan's figure disappeared into the void. This was not a simple concealment technique, but his entire body had completely and perfectly blended into the void. The powerhouses of the first universe who were watching the battle from afar couldn't help but gasp in amazement. I'm afraid young Master Linghu is in danger in this battle. In the end, his cultivation is still too weak. That's right. Even if he has the bloodline's secret technique of the demon ape true body, once activated, his original 6th rank Genesis realm cultivation would instantly soar to the 3rd rank of the universe realm. However, for a Star Lord old monster, this is still too weak. Especially when encountering a Star Lord old monster like Rat Tushan, who has a special bloodline, young Master Linghu has no chance of winning. The bloodline talent of the Space Rat clan is extremely extraordinary. Rat Tushan is not just hiding his body, but has perfectly merged into the void. Even a Star Lord old monster of the same realm can't detect his whereabouts and aura from the void. Is young Master Linghu, who gathered the supreme halos of 3 peerless geniuses, going to fall here today? It's such a pity. After this battle, the final victory of this expedition against the Space Rat clan will be harvested by the demons alone. Young Master Linghu put in a lot of effort for this, but in the end, because he was too arrogant, he fell early. Chapter 38:12. Rip. Along with the soft cries in the surrounding void, a crisp sound of ripping silk suddenly came from the edge of the rat hole area at this moment, attracting the gazes of all the experts. all of them gathered there. At this moment, the fleshly body of the ancient ape demon, which was one of the 3 true forms of the ancient ape demon, actually shot out a blazing beam of light from its glabella. It continued to exist, and as the head of the fleshly body turned, it swept through the void. The sound of ripping silk was the sound of this blazing beam of light shooting out from the void. It was as if the void was torn apart like silk. The strongest eye technique, Demon's Soul Pupil. For the Space Rat Clan Star Lord Old Monster, this kind of strongest eye technique was Yi Xian's biggest reliance. The bloodline talent of the Space Rat Clan was indeed extraordinary. Even the clan members with a slightly stronger talent could perfectly blend their bodies into the void. Not to mention the experts of the same level, even if their cultivation base was 1 or 2 realms higher, they would still not be able to see where their bodies were. This had nothing to do with cultivation base. It was a kind of magical technique that involved the bloodline of the desolate void rat that was inherited in the Space Rat Clan's body. Unfortunately, all this was effective against others, but it was not difficult for Yi Xian. The Demon's Soul Pupil was the strongest eye technique, which was on the same level as the legendary Fiery Golden Eyes. Not only did it have offensive attributes, but it also had auxiliary attributes. Not only did it reach the level of void glimpse and break illusion, it could even see the source. Finding the whereabouts of a space rat from the void was really not a problem. Not to mention the experts of the Space Rat Clan who had weak bloodline in their bodies, even if a real desolate void rat came, it would not be able to hide under the power of the Demon's Soul Pupil. The blazing beam of light that represented the power of the eye technique swept through the void, and the huge figure of Rat Pao Shan fell out with a plop, looking battered and exhausted. This is impossible. Linghu boy, what kind of eye technique did you use? Fiery golden eyes. Apart from that ultimate eye technique, no other eye technique can break through the space divine ability of my Space Rat Clan. His body suddenly fell, and the one-eared rat was horrified. He turned to look at Yi Xian, a trace of panic in his triangular eyes as he cried out involuntarily. He wasn't afraid of Yi Xian because of this. The reason he'd executed the bloodline ability of the Spatial Mouse clan and directly concealed himself in the void wasn't because he was cautious of Yi Xian. It was merely a habit of the clan. Scoundrels had always been sinister. Even if their cultivation surpassed their opponent, they would use this kind of method that seemed like a sneak attack the moment they attacked. But at this moment, his bloodline talent had been broken. Although Rat Tushan cried out in shock, his heart was also a little flustered. The reason was that he had been caught off guard and was too surprised. After exclaiming in surprise, Rat Tushan immediately regained his composure. So what if his opponent had an ultimate eye technique? So what if the Spatial Mouse clan's bloodline ability to perfectly blend their aura into the void was useless? The difference in cultivation level between the two sides was a glaring wound. His opponent had only reached the 3rd level of the universe realm by using a bloodline secret technique, but compared to his Star Lord cultivation, he was still too weak. It was simply not enough. If a Star Lord were to fight against an ordinary universe realm expert, he could at least fight 1 against 10 and still be able to crush them. Not to mention, his opponent's universe realm combat strength was barely reached by using a bloodline secret technique. Once the battle started, he would be even more vulnerable. So what if you have an ultimate eye technique? This old man just wanted to play with you. Since you're so boring and want to die, then I'll end this quickly and kill you first. Squeak. After calming down, Rat Tushan quickly regained his composure. His calm voice reappeared, but the coldness in it was even thicker. Finally, he let out a soft squeak, and his enormous body turned into a bolt of blue lightning and rushed toward Yi Xian. He actually gave up the opportunity to use a long-range attack with a spell and decided to suppress Yi Xian in close-range combat. His purpose was obviously to vent his anger and wash away his previous humiliation. Although it was the same method of killing the opponent, long-range attacks with spells and spells were beautiful, but how could it compare to the satisfaction of killing in close-range combat? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Rat Pao Shan, who had transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, was so excited that even the thick whiskers of his enormous bloodline true form were trembling slightly. Young Master Linghu, who had the supreme halos of 3 peerless geniuses, would fall at his hands today. No, immediately. After this battle, who wouldn't know about Rat Tushan? One Ear, you seem to be very excited. Do you feel that you'll be able to kill young Master Linghu soon, and even the primordial demon ape and the netherworld young master will disappear at your hands? Is that why you're so excited? Yi Xian stood in the void in the form of a 3-headed, 6-armed demon ape true form. His body was towering and motionless, but his 3 pairs of eyes could see through everything. He took in all the changes in Rat Tushan's expression. Then, while he was speechless, he immediately ridiculed, "Unfortunately, the final result only proves that you're really thinking too much. The one who will be killed is One Ear. Today, I'll use the life of a Star Lord to test the power of this young master's armor and saber." Yi Xian practically roared out the last sentence. Before he finished speaking, he'd already waved his hand and directly took out his battle armor, the undying Nirvana armor, and the withered demon blood blade. Although these 2 treasures had been displayed in Prince Xian's hands before, their appearance was already different after being refined. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't feel any pressure at all when he summoned them at this moment. He didn't fear the danger of exposing Prince Xian's identity. Whoosh! A faint sound of breaking air rang out. The indestructible Nirvana armor, which had just been promoted to the Starry Sky level, was instantly summoned and covered his body. Although Yi Xian was now in the form of a 3-headed, 6-armed demon ape true form, his indestructible Nirvana armor had been promoted to the Starry Sky level. It was ever-changing and could be activated at will. At this moment, as soon as it was summoned, it instantly enveloped the 3 bodies of the demon ape true form. A gorgeous and unique armor instantly appeared in the eyes of countless experts in the surrounding void. The entire armor was extraordinarily agile. It was seething with the flames of a true phoenix's nirvana, and it gave off an indescribably strange aura. There was exuberant vitality in death. Immediately after, the right hand of the body of flesh and blood suddenly flipped, and a ferocious blood-black demonic blade silently appeared. It was also ever-changing, and the blade was 30,000 meters long. The right hand of the body of flesh and blood revealed a monstrous aura of slaughter. Chapter 38:13. The moment the undying Nirvana armor and the withered devil blood blade were unleashed, a wave of exclamations instantly resounded in the surrounding space. What? A Starry Sky treasure battle armor and a blade? That's impossible. How many years has it been? There has never been such a man-made Starry Sky treasure, but today, young Master Linghu actually summoned a Starry Sky treasure battle armor and a Starry Sky treasure battle blade at the same time. Judging from their auras, they didn't appear to have been born long ago. They are definitely not ancient treasures. Heavens, do you still remember the 3 arts of alchemy, tool, and array? Could it be that young Master Linghu personally forged these 2 battle armors and battle blades? In such a short period of time, not only did his cultivation grow to such a level, even his attainments in weapon forging have broken through again. He can even equip Starry Sky treasures. This is heaven-defying. The demon race has picked up a huge bargain. Young Master Linghu just casually gave them some pointers, and their gains in weapon forging and alchemy are incredible. No wonder the demon royal brother, Mo Jinfeng, was able to give 2 Starry Sky treasures to young Master Linghu. Both of them are great talents in weapon forging. In addition to becoming close friends, Mo Jinfeng also benefited a lot from young Master Linghu in terms of weapon forging. Maybe young Master Linghu is also the reason why the Starry Sky treasures were able to overcome the cooldown period in such a short time. The final result of this battle is hard to say. Although young Master Linghu's cultivation is slightly weaker, he has 2 Starry Sky treasures in his hands. Moreover, they were personally forged by him, so he can maximize their power and close the gap. He no longer has the advantage of one ear. He can even forge a starry sky treasure battle armor and a battle blade. Young masterling whose reputation as the three arts of alchemy, tool, and array is not just for show. After the initial shock, Rat Pao Shan's triangular eyes immediately shot out two incomparably cold rays of light, faintly revealing greed. Unfortunately, no matter how monstrous a talent is, he can't be used by my race. In the end, he's just a floating cloud. No, he's not even a floating cloud. He can only be called a cloud of evil that must be removed. Today, you will die. Shi Law. Rat Tushan's last sentence was uttered with a shrill howl. At the same time, his bloodline true body raised its right arm and swiped down at Yi Xian from thousands of miles away. There was a tearing sound in the void, and a greenish-black claw print suddenly appeared in the void 100 meters in front of the primordial ape demon. The bloodline ability of the spatial rat clan wasn't only able to perfectly and thoroughly merge their bodies into the void. They could even integrate the power of this bloodline ability into their own attacks. At this moment, Rat Pao Shan was using such a move. A claw came from thousands of miles away, but it was silent. When the giant claw was waved, it had already appeared in front of the ancient ape demons. This claw is really good. It doesn't leak its aura. When I notice it, it's already in front of me. The body of the ancient ape demon was still towering, and there was even a mocking smile on the face of the ancient ape demon that was made of flesh and blood. It snorted, "Unfortunately, you are simply showing off in front of an expert by using your claws against me." Netherworld Claw. Yi Xian didn't shout the last three words out loud. Instead, he softly spat them out in a voice that only he could hear. Of course, this wasn't the same as before. It was because he was worried that his identity would be exposed. His identity as the Netherworld Young Master was no longer a secret. Everyone in the three universes knew about it. The reason for this was because of his contempt and certainty. That's right, with his current cultivation at the third level of the universe realm, he didn't have to worry about using the Netherworld Claw without hiding anything. Yi Xian didn't dare to say that he could directly kill a Star Lord, but it was still extremely easy for him to break through this mouse claw seal. Screech! After a fierce roar, the Netherworld Claw appeared. A huge dark green claw mark appeared out of thin air with a wave of the skeleton's hand, and it directly faced the rat claw mark that was about to approach. Boom! A majestic explosion of energy rang out, and the rat's paw imprint was directly blasted apart. However, the dark green Netherworld Claw did not dissipate, and instead shot forward from the center of the rat's paw imprint. In the blink of an eye, it traversed a distance of 10,000 li, arriving right in front of the rat's paw imprint. The latter's expression suddenly changed. Although he was a Star Lord old monster, the Netherworld Claw's ferocious reputation was extraordinary. It was the most powerful bloodline ability of the desolate antiquity era, and it was said that the sharpness of its claws could cut through anything. With a change of expression, Rat Pao Shan flashed and dodged the incoming claw. It wasn't a problem for him to do so, given his strength as a Star Lord. Spiritual lightning. Crack! The next moment, the ancient ape demon shouted again. The black fog of the ancient ape demon waved its hand, and a thick black lightning bolt instantly appeared, directly above Rat Pao Shan's head. Almost at the same time, the ancient ape demon's starry sky supreme treasure, the indestructible Nirvana armor, suddenly flashed and disappeared. When it reappeared, it had crossed thousands of miles of void and was behind Rat Pao Shan. A Star Lord old monster. I wonder how it'll taste. I'm really looking forward to it. At that moment, Rat Pao Shan was dodging the black lightning bolt that smashed down on his head. He didn't notice anything behind him at all, or more accurately, he couldn't sense it. For the current Yi Xian, a distance of 10,000 kilometers was something that could be traversed with just a single step. However, before he took the step, he did one more thing. That was to fully activate his mental power's secret technique, perfect vibration, and perfectly hide his aura. Although there was still a certain gap between this and the space rat's ability to perfectly hide their bodies in the void and leave no trace behind, that was because even though their aura and body were perfectly hidden, it was only concealment, not integration into the void. It would still be possible to sense them when they raised their hands. However, for the current situation, just perfectly hiding all aura was enough for Yi Xian. After all, Rat Pao Shan didn't have a powerful eye technique, not even one that was slightly weaker. He couldn't see through the power of perfect vibration at all. That was why he was destined to die. When Yi Xian's voice sounded like a faint sigh, the flesh and blood body of the ancient demon ape's 3 true bodies had already raised its right arm, which was covered in black ape hair, and held the incomparably ferocious withered demon blood blade as it slashed towards the back of the rat-plucking mountain bloodline true body's neck. Go! Puff! Chapter 38:14. You want to run? Do you think that's possible? Yi Xian sneered when he saw that Rat Pao Shan's source of consciousness was about to escape, but he didn't do anything. Screech, almost at the same time, from within the withered demon blood blade that had just cut off Rat Pao Shan's head, a shrill howl rang out. Then, the figure of a demon suddenly rushed out and swallowed Rat Pao Shan's spiritual source in one gulp, chewing it into a pulp in just a few bites. That fiend was exactly the withered demon, which had evolved from the demonic blood of the sword spirit of the blade. The withered demon had a mysterious origin. It was said that an extraterrestrial demon had lost its memory before the world was separated. It hid itself in the depths of the void and lived in chaos all day long. One day, the evil will of this devil was completely revived. A great devil was born, turning into a withered blade that shone with pitch-black light, slaughtering countless creatures. Those who perished had their souls extinguished and their bodies withered. This was the withered devil blade. Although Yi Xian's battle weapon had only fused with an imitation of the withered demon blade, after the sword spirit demon blood had evolved into the current withered demon, he didn't dare to say that it could be compared to the great demon from the primordial era, but it had more or less inherited a certain amount of power. Besides, Rat Pao Shan had been cut down by that blade. It wasn't difficult for it to swallow his source of consciousness. Rat Pao Shan, a member of the space rats, had finally perished. His true body had been beheaded, and even his source of consciousness hadn't been able to escape. It was a tragic end. Behind them, the countless Devil Cultivator experts within the Devil Cultivator's 10 million battleship army were already dumbstruck. They were all stunned by Yi Xian's terrifying battle achievements. Although it wasn't as if Yi Xian hadn't killed the Star Lord before, when he was in the source of all evil star domain, one of the top 10 colored Python clan elders in the second universe had died at the hands of the primordial little demon ape. However, that was obviously different. Back then, the primordial devil ape had launched a sneak attack, and the colorful python's leader hadn't been in a good state. He had been heavily wounded and his strength had dropped. However, that Star Lord of the Space Rats was not only in its peak state, but had also been cut down by Yi Xian in a head-on battle. Not only did it fall, but it also didn't take too long. It seemed to be extremely easy. Even the source of the opponent's spiritual sense couldn't escape. It could be said that the opponent was completely defeated. This battle proved young Master Linghu's strength. Although he was only at the 13th Great Realm, 6th rank Genesis Realm, and hadn't even reached the 14th Great Realm, Cosmic Realm, he could already kill a Star Lord old monster. This was absolutely terrifying. He had never heard of such a thing before. At the ends of the void on the left and right sides in the distance, the masters of the first universe had activated the concealment array of the battleship. They had been hiding inside and watching from a distance. They were even more shocked. Many of them were so scared that their legs were trembling. After all, a Star Lord old monster was on equal footing with the leader of any race. It was rare to see a Star Lord old monster being killed with one's own eyes. Yet today, this scene had been clearly displayed before their eyes. Moreover, the person that killed this Star-Lord was actually a young human junior that hadn't even attained the cosmic realm. So, how could they not be astounded and shocked by this? After a moment of silence, soft exclamations echoed on the battleships one after another. This is unbelievable. Young Master Ling Hu is unbelievable. Indeed, this was a fair and square battle, but the result was shocking. Not only was Rat Tushan a Star-Lord, but he was also a Star-Lord with a powerful bloodline. Even so, he still fell at the hands of young Master Ling Hu. A dignified Star-Lord old monster died at the hands of a Genesis Realm Junior. In the end, even his soul couldn't escape. The Space Rat clan has lost a lot of face this time. Rat Pao Shan's name will become a negative example, a stain on their history for thousands of years. What a terrifying demon blade. Not only is it a star-grade treasure, but there's even a demon sealed inside it. Its aura is strange and seems to be from outside. How did young Master Ling Hu do it? Medicine, artifact, and array masters, what a monstrous talent. Yi Xian had already discovered the battleships watching the battle from afar when he used his beastly soul pupil to scan Rat Pao Shan, whose figure had perfectly blended into the void. However, he didn't pay attention to it right now. In that battle just now, he had chopped off the head of the Space Rat clan's old monster with a single slash. This was also a form of intimidation to them. This was also the result that Yi Xian wanted to see. After all, the Space Rat clan was only the first stop on the demon army's path of conquest. Next, this enormous fleet would pay a visit to the slave races of the first universe one by one. Taking advantage of the rare opportunity of the Heaven's Legacy race withdrawing from the first universe, the demon army wanted to replace them as quickly as possible. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian stored Rat Pao Shan's three-horned rat head and enormous headless corpse into the Shenong cauldron in his undying world. He planned to roast them with the Shenong tricolor flames later. Ever since he had killed Xu Wushuang and tasted the flesh of the Space Rat clan, Yi Xian had been thinking about it. The same went for the primordial porcupine and primordial turtle. This time, he could finally collect a large number of Space Rat bloodline true bodies for roasting in the future. With Rat Pao Shan's death, the hundreds of thousands of Space Rat clan experts at the Genesis realm and above all retreated in shock. Some charged into several giant fortresses that were 100,000 meters long and fled into the void. Some fled with their physical bodies, returning to their nests in the rat-ruined starfield in front of them. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to chase after them, nor did he try to stop them. In any case, the monk couldn't escape from the temple. The entire army of 10 million battleships only needed to advance a bit more before they would arrive at the city and approach the Rat Shu Star region. At that time, none of these fellows would be able to escape. In the void in front of them, millions of battleships were spread out, but they were all ghost battleships, and the spatial mouse experts inside had all perished. Unfortunately, these fellows were all inside the battleship, and when their souls perished, they didn't reveal their bloodline true bodies. At this moment, they were all in human form. Yi Xian had a slight psychological barrier. Because he couldn't roast them. Soon, a few demon experts charged out from the tens of millions of warships behind them. They brought small shuttles with intelligent robots and charged toward the millions of warships in the void ahead. These demon dwellers entered the millions of warships, and in just a few hours, they finished modifying the central control systems of all the warships and took full control of them. After everything was done, the army moved out again and slowly advanced into the void ahead. Chapter 38:15. Yi Xian returned to the flagship fortress of the Western Expedition. At this moment, as the entire army of 10 million slowly advanced towards the Rat-ruined star region, he was discussing the details of the attack on the Rat-ruined star region with Grand Elder Mo Qigong, and the other upper echelons of the demon race. In the battle just now, the subjugation army had achieved shocking results. Not only did they destroy the million-strong army of the Space Rat clan that was in charge of intercepting them midway, but even the commander of the fleet, the old monster Star-Lord, had been killed by Yi Xian. However, this battle also exposed some of the advantages and methods of their side. The Space Mouse clan would definitely make some targeted strategic and tactical changes, and the subsequent battlefield would no longer be the void of the universe outside, but the base camp of the Space Mouse clan, the Mouse Clan planet that had been operated by the clan for tens of thousands of years. Starfield. For the subjugation army of 10 million demons, the following battle would undoubtedly be even more difficult. Because of this, Grand Elder Mo and the other high-ranking members of the Imperial Demon Clan were clearly worried. This battle is all thanks to our young friend Ling Hu. However, after this battle, some of our young friend's methods have been exposed. I'm afraid the Space Rat Clan will have some targeted measures. At the very least, the rat hole traps they set will not be as simple as before. They may be more stable, and the small power of the Void Battle Claws may not be able to play the role of minesweeping. That's right. We must pay attention to this. The enemy is very likely to play tricks in this regard. The rat-ruined starfield is originally densely covered with countless void rat holes. They can definitely secretly set up more stable rat hole traps in some of the more easily triggered rat hole traps. At that time, the Void Battle Claws will activate the easier rat hole traps by bombarding them with small power, but the danger will not be eliminated. Once the army enters, the more stable rat hole traps will start to explode. This will definitely be a catastrophic change that will be difficult to bear. This time, I don't plan to use the Void Battle Claws. Hearing the discussion of the Imperial Demon Clan's high-ranking members, Yi Xian nodded and was still confident. In fact, whether it is the Void Battle Claws or the Weeping Soul Battle Claws, they can only be used 10 times in a short period of time. We have already used 3 times before, so there are only 7 left. Even if you want to use it, you shouldn't waste it on something like minesweeping. After that, there will be a real battle. The Void Battle Claws and the Weeping Soul Battle Claws will be of great use. It would be too much of a waste to use these 7 low-power attacks just to clear the mines in the rat-ruined star area. As for demoning, I already have a general idea in mind. Let's talk about it when the time comes. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. Hearing him speak with such certainty and confidence, the upper echelons of the Demonkin Imperial family were stunned once more, but out of their trust in Yi Xian, no one asked any further questions. A day later, they finally arrived at the headquarters of the Space Rat Clan, the rat-ruined starfield. The army of 10 million stopped and spread out in space. It continued for a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers, and it was vast and mighty, causing its impetus to be extremely shocking. To the left and right of the distant void, the scout fleets from the slave clans of the First Universe had already found their positions. They had activated their concealment arrays and were closely watching everything. The rat-ruined starfield in front of them belonged to the Space Rat Clan, and it was the headquarters of this clan. It did not have a barrier like the one that separated the root of all evil star area's outer region, the central region's buffer zone, and the core region, but one could still tell at a glance that it was different. In the rat-ruined starfield, all the large and small stars seemed to have been eaten away by rats, and they were covered with rat holes of varying sizes. In fact, it wasn't just these stars. Even the void that these stars were dotted with was filled with rat holes that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was impossible to tell how many tens of thousands of kilometers they were. The entire rat-ruined star area was like an infinitely large three-dimensional beehive. In this place, besides rat holes, there were more rat holes, everywhere in the sky and on the ground. What a headache! We've come to a rat nest, and it's so big that it's boundless. Looking at this extremely strange rat hole void in front of him, even Grand Elder Mo sighed helplessly. He couldn't even imagine how the Tianji clan had subdued the Space Rat Clan. In this beehive-like void filled with countless rat holes, not a single expert of the Space Rat Clan could be seen. There wasn't even a rat beast that had yet to develop intelligence. These fellows had all scurried into the various stars and the innumerable rat holes that were spread throughout the entire void. If they wanted to conquer this star field, the first problem they had to solve was how to enter. Of course, although this rat-ruined starfield was full of rat holes, there were still empty areas. After all, the Space Rat Clan also had starry sky warships, including large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers. In this starfield, even large fortresses could be passed through, but it was difficult to move freely without any worries. The rat holes that appeared from time to time in the void limited the speed of the warships. This was like a huge rat hole maze. Even a small fleet could get lost in it. As for whether an army of tens of millions of warships could fully enter, it was a problem. Right now, in addition to the obstruction of the path to enter, a bigger problem for the punitive army was the rat hole traps. These rat hole traps might not exist in normal times, but now, the entire Space Rat Clan was facing a life-and-death crisis. The rat-ruined starfield, which was densely packed with rat holes, would be filled with countless rat hole traps in the near future. In an instant, it would become a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, full of dangers. This starfield is filled with countless rat holes, and it's too vast. If we slowly advance bit by bit, who knows how long it will take. During this process, a large number of experts of the Space Rat Clan and an even larger number of rat beasts will rush out of the rat holes from time to time and launch attacks. They will even launch suicide attacks. Looking at the rat-ruined starfield in front of him, Yi Xian spoke with assurance, "Don't forget, the reproduction ability of rats is very terrifying. The Space Rat Clan may not have the largest population among the slave clans of the first universe, but it can at least rank second or third. Those rat beasts that have yet to develop intelligence are even more numerous. If they are included, I'm afraid no other clan can compete with the rats in this rat-ruined starfield in terms of numbers. Therefore, even if there are frequent suicide attacks, they don't care at all. Today, a large number of rats will come to die, and tomorrow, a nest of rats will come. There is no pressure at all." Speaking of this, even Yi Xian grinned. Finally, he spread his hands and shrugged. "Have you ever seen how ordinary people on some planets catch rats? When they encounter a large rat hole area with a large number of rats, they can use water, smoke, all kinds of methods can be used, as long as they are forced out of the rat holes." Chapter 38:16. The largest planet in the rat-ruined starfield was the Rat Ruins planet. For ordinary spatial rats, this was a forbidden area that they couldn't set foot in. Apart from that, there were no restrictions on the other planets and voids. They could do whatever they wanted if they wanted to. The Forbidden Rat Ruins planet was the ancestral land of the spatial rat race. The Rat Emperor of the spatial rat race resided on the Rat Ruins planet. Rumor had it that there was a void entrance somewhere in the depths of the Rat Ruins planet. It was connected to an independent universe, and that mysterious and independent universe was the true holy land of the spatial rat race. It was also the final resting place of the bloodline ancestor of the spatial rat race. At this moment, when the 10 million warships of the Demonkin race were approaching the rat-ruined starfield, in the depths of the enormous Rat Ruins planet, which was also covered with countless rat holes of various sizes, a large number of densely packed Rat Ruins planet were at the edge of a bottomless black abyss. Numerous experts of the spatial rat clan were waiting in silence. These spatial rat race experts who had taken human form were extremely powerful. There were nearly 100 universe realm experts, more than 20 star lords, and even 2 domain lords. These 2 domain lord old monsters had some golden patterns on their green skin. Although they looked rather wretched, these golden patterns made their auras inexplicably emit a dignified aura. These 2 domain lord level spatial rat race experts were the clan's patriarch, Shu Wan Dong, and the clan's chief, Shu Qiansui. In the entire spatial rat race, Shu Wan Dong and Shu Qiansui were revered and lofty figures. However, at this moment, the 2 of them stood at the edge of the black abyss with their triangular heads slightly lowered, appearing extremely pious. It was also at this moment that an old voice with a strong and violent aura slowly came from the depths of the black abyss. Even the Tianji race of the past had never truly invaded the rat ruins grotto heaven of our spatial rat clan. In the end, due to some kind of fear, they reached an agreement with this old man and withdrew. The puny demonkin race doesn't have the ability to do so either. Go and fight. No matter how heavy the casualties are, it's nothing to our race. As long as the rat ruins grotto heaven exists, our race's inheritance will never be broken. Therefore, there's nothing to fear. Give the demonkin a head-on blow. This is a good opportunity to tell all the other top races of the three planes to not provoke our spatial rat race. Our race is not to be trifled with. When needed, this sovereign will naturally take action. After saying the last sentence, this voice that was full of vicissitudes and violent aura completely fell silent. Xu Wandong and Xu Qiansui, who were standing respectfully at the edge of the vast black abyss, were suddenly pleasantly surprised. They both agreed with the old ancestor's order and so on. Then, he led a large number of Space Rat Clan experts behind him and quietly withdrew from the vast black abyss in the depths of the rat ruined star, calm. The price was too high for anyone to ignore. As a matter of fact, even Yi Xian felt the same way. However, compared to the loss of 1 million warships, Yi Xian didn't want to see the entire army of 10 million warships delayed in the rat ruins grotto heaven for too long. Yes, the price of the fireworks in space was 1 million warships. There were star-level warships with a diameter of 3,000 meters, fortresses with diameters of 5,000 meters and 10,000 meters, and a large number of fortresses with diameters of 50,000 meters and 100,000 meters. However, the million warships weren't too heavy of a loss to be taken seriously, because they were trophies in the first place. They were the first trophies they had obtained from Shu Poshan, a star lord from the spatial rat race, a day earlier. Following Grand Elder Mo's order, a large number of demon experts who had just entered the millions of warships withdrew in less than an hour. However, a lot of smart robots that were controlling the warship stayed behind and soon began to carry out the last operation command set by the demonkin race experts before they withdrew. The million warships were divided into 10 echelons of 100,000 warships. They kept a gap of a few minutes between each other as they all rushed into the rat ruins grotto heaven one after another. Also, they were sailing at full speed, ignoring the countless rat holes in the void ahead. It was a weird scene. The leaders of the slave clans in the first universe who were observing the battle from afar were dumbfounded. Then, they exclaimed again, "What are the demonkin race doing? Why are they charging in without caring about anything? Even if we don't consider the traps, can't they see the rat holes in the space ahead? They're going to be annihilated if they just charge in like that. Are the demonkin race trying to cross the minefield in such a way? It's really a big move, but it's a pity that they've miscalculated. Even if 1 million warships are destroyed, they won't be able to advance far. The rat ruined star field is too vast, and they're actually using such a stupid method to open up a path. Do they have so many warships to fill the hole? If this goes on, even if all the 10 million battleships of the entire army are destroyed here, I'm afraid we still won't be able to advance to the rat ruins planet, the home planet of the Space Rat Clan. Is the commander of the demon race's army a pig? He actually made such a stupid move. Sigh, this is really disappointing. Previously, in the rat hole trap area, the demon dwellers and young Master Ling Hu's strategy and response were remarkable and could be called classic. However, it seems that they are unable to carry on. In the end, this army of 10 million will have to stop at the rat ruined star area. Boom. Rumble. Just as exclamations and sighs were heard from the scouts of the first universe's various clans who were secretly watching from afar, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the edge of the rat ruined star area ahead. It was so dense and continuous that the entire void trembled slightly. Among the 10 warship echelons that had just rushed into the rat ruined star area, the first echelon at the front mysteriously exploded at the same time after entering the rat ruined star area millions of miles away. It was obvious at a glance that this was a full-scale self-destruction of the warships. The 100,000 warships of various types instantly turned into 100,000 fireworks. They were of different colors, but they were equally gorgeous. They decorated the void and illuminated the vast void tens of millions of miles away as if it was daytime. This scene was too shocking. Whether it was the higher-ups of the royal clan of the demon dwellers who had long known this would happen, or the higher-ups of the scouts of the First Universe's various clans who were caught off guard in the distant void, all of them dropped their jaws in shock. However, it was far from over. Less than 10 minutes after the first wave of fireworks, the same sound of explosions rang out again. Chapter 38:17. The first wave of fireworks had only lasted for less than 10 minutes. Before the higher-ups of the scout fleets of the First Universe's slave races could recover from their shock, the same explosion rang out again in the Rat Ruins galaxy. Boom! 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 The 100,000 battleships in the second echelon also exploded at the same time, turning into dazzling fireworks that bloomed in the Rat Ruin star field. However, the place where the 100,000 battleships in the second echelon self-destructed was different from the place where the first echelon exploded 10 minutes ago. They moved forward another few million kilometers. The power of the first echelon's 100,000 battleship self-destruction had shaken out all the traps in a large area, and a large number of rat holes had collapsed. Although it was only a small area, it had cleared out a relatively wide path, allowing the following fleets to enter directly. The power of the self-destruction of the battleships was obviously different from the power of the explosion of the battleships. It was like heaven and earth. Otherwise, it would not have had such an effect. At this time, as the 100,000 battleships in the second echelon turned into dazzling and terrifying fireworks, the following 8 echelons were also moving forward rapidly. There was no doubt that in a few minutes, the 100,000 battleships in the third echelon would also explode in the void of the Rat Ruin star field millions of kilometers ahead. At this moment, the commanders of the scout fleets of the First Universe's servants, who had recovered from their daze, exclaimed in surprise again, "My God, is the demon crazy? This is too cruel. He actually made all the battleships explode to open a path. This is not an ordinary squanderer. What is this? Didn't you notice? The millions of battleships that had rushed into the Rat Ruin star field were all the spoils of war that the demon cultivator had seized from Rat Pao Shan a day ago. This was really a dog's day." The upper echelons of the rat race in the space were probably vomiting blood at this moment, but their own battleships had been attacked by the enemy. The demon used their battleships to self-destruct in their ancestral land and wreak havoc. This is not the point. The point is, isn't the demon afraid of causing a large area of the void to collapse by doing this? The Rat Ruin star field is not like other places where the void is filled with rat holes. This void is like being eaten by worms. Can it withstand such a torment? So what if a large area of the void collapses? It's better than stopping outside the Rat Ruin star field and returning empty-handed, right? The demon is too ruthless. Since he couldn't subdue the Rat Ruin star field, he simply destroyed their ancestral land. What a vicious method. Can't afford to offend, really can't afford to offend, boom. Rumble. Just as cries of surprise rang out like a tide, the third wave of earth-shattering explosions rang out in the Rat Ruin star field. This time, the 100,000 battleships that had exploded in the void had advanced another few million kilometers before they exploded into brilliant fireworks. It was close to the edge of the central region of the Rat Ruin starfield. At this rate, each of the 10 batches of self-destructing warships would push forward millions of miles. Eventually, they would be tens of millions of miles deep into the Rat Ruins galaxy. They would not be far from the Rat Ruins galaxy, the home planet of the Space Rat clan. His ultimate goal was not just to open up a path for the massive fleet of 10 battleships to self-destruct. That was only one aspect of it. The other purpose was to shake out all the spatial rat clan experts and even more spatial rat beasts that were hiding in the numerous rat holes in the void. Yi Xian did not know, nor could he be sure, whether such a large-scale and continuous self-destruction could really cause a large-scale void collapse in the rat-ruined star field ahead. But whether that was the case, the result was the same for him. It would be good if the void really collapsed. Since he could not enter, he would force the rat-ruined star field out. It would not have mattered if the space had not collapsed on a large scale. Such a powerful explosion would have been enough to shake the experts of the Space Mouse clan and the saber beasts out of the holes they were hiding in. That was indeed the case. If the rats hiding in the countless rat-ruined star field could still grit their teeth and endure the previous two waves of self-destruction, then, as the third wave of self-destruction violently unfolded, the rat-ruined star field experts finally began to appear in the densely packed rat-ruined star field experts millions of miles around the center of the explosion. They and more rat-ruined star field experts fell. One by one, they were shaken to the point of dizziness and disorientation. They were in an extremely sorry state. Like dumplings, they kept falling. The range was not large at first, but it was obvious that it was continuing to spread out, because the shock wave of the self-destruction was also radiating outward. During this process, the following 7 echelons continued to move forward, charging forward at full speed. A few minutes later, another few million miles of void was left behind. At this time, the 4th wave of violent self-destruction erupted. This time, because a large number of rat-ruined star field experts and rat-ruined star field experts had been shaken out of the rat-ruined star field experts and rat-ruined star field experts had fallen out of the rat-ruined star field experts they were hiding in. Therefore, as the power of the 4th wave of self-destruction spread out, a large number of rats were unlucky and were blown into a bloody mess. Those who were slightly closer were directly turned into a cloud of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. However, none of this stopped the following 6 echelons of self-destructing battleships. The 600,000 battleships were divided into 6 batches, maintaining a certain distance from each other. They unleashed their maximum speed and crazily rushed forward. Soon, the 5th and 6th waves of self-destruction appeared one after another. Large amounts of dazzling fireworks exploded in the void again. More rat-ruined star field experts and rat-ruined star field experts fell out of the rat-ruined star field experts and rat-ruined star field experts and rat-ruined star field experts were torn into pieces by the shock wave of the explosion. At this time, it had only been less than an hour since the 10 echelons of suicide fleets rushed into the rat-ruined star field, but as far as the eye could see, the vast void of more than 20 million miles in front of them had already turned into a flat road. In addition to some small cracks in the void that had been blown out, there were more broken limbs and remains of rat-ruined star field experts and rat-ruined star field experts. In less than an hour, the space rat-ruined star field experts and rat-ruined star field experts had lost at least tens of millions of rat-ruined star field experts and rat-ruined star field experts. Although the rat-ruined star field experts' reproductive ability was heaven-defying and such a small loss of people was nothing at all, the key was that the invading enemy was unharmed and was currently watching the fireworks outside the rat-ruined star field. Even these so-called fireworks that caused huge losses to the space rat-ruined star field experts were provided by the space rat-ruined star field experts themselves. This was simply unbearable and unbearable. Finally, when the 8th wave of self-destruction violently unfolded, the void was filled with dazzling fireworks, accompanied by the explosion of countless rat-ruined star field experts and rat-ruined star field experts. At the end of the line of sight, in the depths of the rat-ruined star field, an incomparably shrill and angry roar suddenly shook the sky. And when it did. Chapter 38:18. Squeak. Devils. Linghu Kid. Are all of you intending to fight my spatial rat clan to the death? My clan isn't that easy to bully. I advise all of you not to make a mistake. A roar that was filled with rage resounded from the depths of the rat-ruined stellar region ahead, and it was the voice of the patriarch of the spatial rat clan, Shu Wandong. The pressure of a region lord was transmitted through his simple words, and it caused even space to tremble. Leave the rat ruined stellar region right now. I want all of you to stay behind. Squeak. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Old rat, the general trend of the first universe is like this now, and the rise of the devils can't be stopped. The ones that shouldn't make a mistake should be all of you. I advise you to conform to the general trend, otherwise, it's no different than courting death. Yi Xian remained calm and unafraid when facing the threat of a region lord, and he withdrew the farmer god cauldron with a wave of his hand. As soon as it appeared, it took its complete form, and it was like an enormous star that stood towering in space. At this moment, he stood above the farmer god cauldron while the 9-colored mist that enshrouded the mouth of the cauldron endlessly resided beneath his feet. After that, Yi Xian waved his hand, and the Time War talisman within his undying world was utilized, and it lay before the farmer god cauldron. The golden Time War talisman was like a dazzling sun, and it glistened and burned the eyes of all under the illumination of the flames emanated by the ceaselessly exploding battleships in front of it. Roar! Roar! 2 furious roars and vicious howls resounded as 2 figures suddenly flashed out from within the farmer god cauldron. It was exactly the region lords of the native tribes, the primeval porcupine and primeval tortoise. As soon as these 2 ferocious emperor beasts appeared here, they immediately revealed their bloodline true bodies. Both of them were 30 kilometers in size, and formidable pressure that caused one's scalp to go numb instantly swept out and pressed down upon the space and the surroundings to the point of creaking. That wasn't the end of it. Immediately after, from the Shenong cauldron beneath Yi Xian's feet, a large number of savage beasts swept out like a tide from behind the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise. There were more than 5 million native beasts in the cauldron. In just a dozen breaths of time, all of them rushed out and showed their bloodline true forms. More than 5 million enormous native beasts spread out around the Shenong cauldron, stretching across the void. Every single ferocious beast was monstrously ferocious and filled with awe-inspiring battle intent. When they converged together, they formed a shapeless storm of pressure. Even if they were 500,000 kilometers away, the numerous figures in the space ahead started trembling uncontrollably. At the same time, at the rear of the Shenong cauldron, under the command of Grand Elder Mo, the 10 million battleships of the demon race quickly moved in. Although the safe passage was not very wide, it was at least 1,000,000 miles in diameter. It could accommodate 600,000 to 700,000 battleships of various types and tens of millions of fleets. Some of the cannons were pointed forward, while others were pointed left and right. They were definitely going to plow through the entire Rat Ruins galaxy. The rhythm. An army of 10 million battleships, over 5 million native ferocious beasts, and their cultivations were mostly at the Genesis realm or above. There were even a few dozen Star-Lords, almost 200 Universe Lords, and 2 old fellows with rare bloodlines. Coupled with the farmer god cauldron and the golden war cry that had been utilized. All of this had imperceptibly converged into a strand of powerful and heavy pressure that swept towards the entire Rat Ruins galaxy. At the end of his field of vision, the patriarch of the Spatial Mouse clan, Shu Wandong, had instantly become mute and didn't dare make another sound when the 2 ferocious beasts, the primeval porcupine and primeval tortoise, had suddenly appeared out of thin air. Even the higher-ups in the scout fleets of the various slave clans in the first universe, who were peeping in the distant void outside the Rat Ruin starfield, fell into a dead silence. They were too strong. The first thing they did was to launch a suicidal charge of self-destruction with the scale of 1,000,000 battleships. Then, after biting out a small piece of safe space in the Rat Ruin star area, the entire punitive army did not hesitate to show all their strength. Showing off their muscles would definitely not achieve their goal. They seemed unwilling to give up. However, that wasn't the end of it. Yi Xian's war cry of time wasn't just for show. If it was merely for deterrence, then he would have utilized all 4 war cry of time in his possession and not just one. At the same time that the space at the end of his field of vision had fallen into deathly silence, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to attack the universe realm violet gold slime within the warcry of time. Of course, it was still a small bombardment of restraining force. The true moment of the battle hadn't arrived yet. After all, the Rat Ruins galaxy was still a few tens of millions of kilometers away. As he strode forward, Yi Xian entered the warcry of time. After that, as soon as he appeared at the core of the beehive, he immediately gave the order to launch a small attack that was maintained at the level of a single tide. There were tides in time, and a single tide lasted for 10,000 years. A single wave was equivalent to 10,000 years. The spatial rat tribe experts and the more numerous rat beasts in the void ahead didn't have strong cultivation bases. They couldn't withstand the passage of 10,000 years in an instant. It was the same for the densely packed rat holes in the void. They couldn't withstand it and would collapse. Even the void that was filled with rat holes would decay because of this. Although this violet gold slime king's cultivation base was far superior to Yi Xian's, all of this was given to it by Yi Xian. Moreover, it clearly wanted more and longed for the second drop of all evil origin elixir. It didn't hesitate in the slightest at Yi Xian's order. It immediately took action. Hum. An extremely soft buzzing sound rang out. Then, a circle of invisible ripples instantly spread out from its body and entered the walls of the core beehive. Following the pipes connected to the outer walls, the ripples were instantly transmitted to the thousands of beehive nodes in the warcry of time. The tens of millions of golden slimes in the beehive nodes trembled at the same time. The long golden thread under their abdomens shone brightly. Then, their entire bodies shone with golden light. This golden light was actually the biological frequency of the golden slimes. If there was only one of them, it wouldn't be able to do anything. However, when there were many golden slimes, layers of golden screens stacked on top of each other and gathered together. In the end, the light gold turned into a rich golden color. As if it had a mind of its own, it rushed into the walls of the beehive. The walls of the beehive nodes retreated along the pipes on the outer walls. From all directions, they surged towards the core beehive node where Yi Xian and the slime of heaven and earth were. All of this sounded like a long story, but it was actually completed in an instant. Moreover, it happened inside the battle of time. Tens of millions of golden slimes shone with a golden light, and outside the battle of time, there was simply one. Chapter 38:19. In front of the mouth of the battle of time, a vast fan-shaped area appeared in an instant. A wave of golden tide of time quickly spread out from the mouth of the battle of time, spreading out in the shape of a fan until it reached 1,000,000 miles away. It was just a wave of tide of time, but tens of thousands of years had passed in the blink of an eye in this fan-shaped area covered by the tide of time. In this fan-shaped area of 1,000,000 miles, there were many experts and rat beasts of the Space Mouse clan, but their cultivations were not strong, all of them below the universe realm. After tens of thousands of years passed in an instant, the experts of the universe realm could barely resist and not die, but the experts of the starry sky under the universe realm had absolutely no chance of survival. As this wave of pale golden tide of time spread out and flowed out in an instant, in the vast void of the entire fan-shaped area, countless experts and rat beasts of the Space Mouse clan were instantly corroded, revealing white bones and internal organs. Then, in the blink of an eye, all of them turned into flying ash, scattered by the wind. In less than a breath of time, hundreds of millions of experts and rat beasts of the Space Mouse clan had died. However, the power of this tide of time was not only aimed at living creatures, but also at other existences. None of them could escape the erosion of time. In this area, there were no battleships, but there were countless rat holes. At this moment, these rat holes had also experienced the passage of tens of thousands of years in an instant. Although they hadn't collapsed, they emitted a thick, ancient and decaying aura. The structure was already very unstable, and it was impossible to pass through them. At this moment, if a rat beast were to crawl into one of the rat holes, it would trigger a domino effect in an instant. All the rat holes in the fan-shaped area would collapse in an instant, burying the rat beast in the void. This scene was too shocking. The pale golden tide of time triggered by the Battle of Time was not like the Weeping Soul battle call at all, but was accompanied by an earth-shaking mournful howl. Time was silent. The same was true for the golden tide triggered by the Battle of Time. Everything was completed silently, but in an instant, it caused a vast void with a radius of 1,000,000 miles, as well as everything in this void, to be eroded by the power of time. It was a shocking sight. Even though this was not the first time they had seen the power of the golden tide of time, the countless demon experts in the 10 million warship army behind still could not help but be stunned at this moment, falling into extreme shock. In front of the merciless power of time, experts of any realm could only maintain a state of awe. Outside the rat domain, in the scout fleets from the first universe, the commanders of the fleets were even more shocked. Some of them had never seen the power of the Battle of Time's golden tide. It's amazing. The demon race's royal brother, Mo Jinfeng, is indeed a monstrous genius. He can even create such a great weapon of mass destruction. It involves the universe's time law. The power of this golden tide is too terrifying, and it's an area attack. It's simply heaven-defying. What's this? You haven't seen the truly amazing scene yet. Not long ago, the demon race's royal brother, Mo Jinfeng, activated the Battle of Time at the frontier of the demon race's domain. After 3 waves of time tide, a Star-Lord old monster was reduced to ashes, and in the end, only a small part of his huge bloodline true body was left. That's right. This old man was too scared in that battle. He was a Star-Lord old monster, and he was gone in less than 3 breaths. This kind of great weapon of mass destruction is simply unscientific. If several of such great weapons of mass destruction were activated at the same time, who in the entire starry domain would be a match for them? The universe's time law power was originally the most mysterious and miraculous power. Even Star-Lord old monsters may not be able to touch it, let alone use it to form an offensive power. The rise of the demon race, sure enough, they are unstoppable. Demon race, you've already crossed the line. And young Master Linghu, are you going to destroy the entire ancestral land of the space rat race? It was also at this moment that a voice filled with vicissitudes and brutality came from the depths of the void in front of them. Then, a ray of golden light shot out. At first, it was only a ray, but in an instant, it shot over. In less than half a breath of time, half of the void in front was completely covered by this golden light. This was not the end. The golden light continued to surge forward like a tide. In less than a breath, it had completely enveloped the entire rat-ruined star field. Including the millions of battleships of the demon race behind Yixian, and the millions of ferocious beasts around Yixian, they were all covered by this golden light at this moment. However, Yixian's entire body was half hidden in the 9-colored mist at the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, and was not affected in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, the entire vast rat-ruined star field was enveloped by this golden light that suddenly descended and spread out. Only the farmer god cauldron was not affected in the slightest. This scene immediately caused countless cries of surprise to resound. This golden light. Heavens, it actually enveloped the entire rat-ruined star field. Such power, even Star-Lord old monsters can't compare. This is clearly the method of a Sector-Lord old monster. Something big is going to happen. The space rat race really has a Sector-Lord old ancestor alive, and he is not in closed-door cultivation. He has already come out. The demon race is going to suffer. Just the 2 domain lord level ferocious beasts, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle, are not enough. They are going to be crushed. Once a Sector-Lord old monster makes a move, they won't even be a match for him. The situation has reversed. The space rat race's foundation has been revealed. This time, they are clearly not going to give up. Will they alarm the Sector Lord old monsters of the demon race? If that is true, then the situation in the rat-ruined star field will become even more serious. It is difficult to predict what will happen next. Squeak, accompanied by the cries of surprise from outside the rat-ruined star field, the squeak of a rat came from the direction of the golden light at the end of the line of sight. Then, within the golden light, a large rat that was only 3 meters tall appeared. This large rat was small in size, not even comparable to a normal rat beast that had yet to develop intelligence. However, no one dared to underestimate its appearance. In fact, the moment it appeared, all the existences within sight tensed up at this moment. This was a golden rat. Its entire body was golden, and every strand of hair seemed to be cast from gold. It was shining brightly, and there was not a single strand of hair that was mixed. Chapter 38:20. Devils, Linghu, both of you have gone too far. Since you forced this exalt out, then it's impossible to resolve this matter peacefully. The golden rat strode through the air step by step as it spoke with an aged voice that carried a ruthless aura. There was a huge nest of rats behind it. However, all of them hadn't activated their bloodlines and revealed their bloodline true bodies, and they were in human form. However, all of them had the heads of animals, eyes of rats, and triangular eyes. Moreover, their eyes were suffused with a sly glow, and they gave others an extremely uncomfortable feeling. This was a special characteristic of the spatial rat clan. No matter how they took human form, they still looked like rats in the end, and their bloodlines restricted this. So, it was obviously impossible for a rat to become handsome. This group of spatial rat clan experts that followed behind the golden rat were all higher-ups of the clan. The two that were closest to the golden rat were both region lords, and they were the patriarch of the clan, Xu Wandong, and the head disciple, Xu Qiansui. Further behind them were a few tens of Star Lord realm experts and over 100 great figures of the universe. Even though there were merely less than 200 figures in this group, their forces were extravagant to the extreme. Not to mention anything else, merely this World Lord realm golden rat in the lead was suffocating. As soon as this golden rat spoke, the golden radiance that enveloped the entire expanse of rat-ruined stellar region suddenly froze. In an instant, all the devil experts on the myriad of battleships and the few million native ferocious beasts in the space around the farmer god cauldron felt the space around them tighten, and their entire bodies were restrained by an invisible force. It was even to the extent that they couldn't open their mouths to speak. Only Yi Xian, who stood at the entrance of the farmer god cauldron, wasn't affected by this pressure. The farmer god cauldron wasn't just a primordial precious treasure, it was a supreme treasure of an era. It was like the cauldron of a nation, so how could its might be so simple? The pressure of a world lord realm expert was unable to affect the energy within the farmer god cauldron. Besides Yi Xian, at this moment, only the two old monsters, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, were able to barely move in the entire subjugation army. Roar! Screech! Feeling the boundless pressure of the world overlord that descended upon them, the ferocity of the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial hairy tortoise were stimulated. Their bodies struggled unceasingly as their baleful auras overflowed into the heavens. Their ferocity was boundless as they roared and howled. His battle intent was awe-inspiring, aiming straight for the Sector Lord level golden rat that was slowly walking through the void. If you were in the core hinterlands of the origin of all evil star region and were intimidated by the might of the netherworld furnace, you would more or less have the qualifications to challenge this sovereign. Hearing the taunts of the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, the golden rat's eyes flashed with disdain. He said sarcastically, however, "This is the rat-ruined star region now. Without the deterrence of the netherworld furnace, these two puny domain lord ferocious beasts may not be ants in my eyes, but they are not far from it. With just a thought, I can suppress all of you." At the end of the sentence, the realm lord golden rat's pair of small triangular eyes suddenly condensed, and two blazing golden lights instantly shot out from its eyes. It was only as thick as an adult's arm, but it gave people a feeling of extreme danger. Its speed was extremely fast, and one from the left and one from the right, it directly shot towards the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial hairy turtle. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart trembled. Without even thinking, he reacted at the first moment. An attack from a Sector Lord level existence, even if it was just 2 golden rays, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, with the help of the Farmer God Cauldron's power, saving the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise was not a problem at all. The 2 figures were not far from him to begin with, right in the void to the right of the Farmer God Cauldron. Yi Xian activated the Farmer God Cauldron's power, and 2 clouds of 9-colored fog surged out from the mouth of the cauldron. One rolled and one wrapped, and in the blink of an eye, the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise were brought out from the golden rays and into the God Cauldron. Within the 9-colored fog of the Farmer God Cauldron's mouth. This golden light represented the pressure of the Sector Lord Golden Rat, but it was clearly ineffective against the 9-colored fog of the Farmer God Cauldron's mouth. From this point of view, this Sector Lord level Golden Rat should be the same as the Domain Lord Old Monster, unable to forcefully break through the colorful fog of the Farmer God Cauldron's mouth and enter the cauldron. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart immediately calmed down, but he was still worried. After all, there were still millions of indigenous beasts around the Farmer God Cauldron, and there was an army of 10 million warships behind it. Moreover, they were all restrained by the golden light of the Sector Lord Golden Rat. Yi Xian could not save all of them one by one in a short period of time and bring them into the Farmer God Cauldron space. This matter still needed to rely on other things. Fortunately, Yi Xian was more or less certain about this point. Before leaving the Devil Emperor planet to gather his troops, the first Devil Emperor had said that if needed, he would descend in the form of a projection. Xiao! Xiao! The 2 golden lights shot into the sky but did not stop. Their speed was extremely fast as they continued to shoot forward. In less than 3 breaths, they had already reached the distant void outside the rat-ruined starfield. Coincidentally, there were 2 fleets in that void. It was unknown which slave race they came from in the first universe. The size of this fleet was not large, only about 100 warships. At this moment, all of them had activated their concealment formation. When the commander of the fleet saw that the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise had disappeared and were swept into the mouth of the Shenong Cauldron by young Master Ling Hu with the 9-colored fog. As for the 2 golden lights that shot into the sky, they were heading straight for their own fleet. All of a sudden, all of their expressions changed. They cursed, "What the fuck? This is the real attack of a Sector Lord level existence. We are finished. Run. Quickly run." Rumble. Boom. A huge explosion was heard. 2 dazzling fireworks exploded in the void outside the rat-ruined starfield. 2 fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters that were hit by the 2 golden lights instantly turned into fireballs. None of the scouts of the rat-ruined starfield managed to escape. This scene shocked all the experts in the scout fleets of the other races in the surrounding void. After a short period of silence, the scout fleets retreated at the same time as if they had agreed to do so. When the immortals fight, the immortals suffer. Sector Lord level old monsters weren't joking when they attacked. They were tens of millions of miles away from the edge of the rat void star field, and the 2 beams of golden light had shot out from more than 20 million miles away from the edge of the star field. Who would have thought that 2 of the fortresses would still be caught in the crossfire? It was too tragic. All the experts in the 2 fortresses had died too unjustly. Even being F***ed by a dog would not make them feel so sad. Ling Hu. You dared to stop this lord from taking action. Chapter 38:21. Ling Hu. You dared to stop this exalted lord from making a move. Then don't blame me for turning hostile. In the distant space ahead, a bright light flashed in the eyes of the gold rat, and then his gaze turned towards Yi Xian, who stood within the 9-colored mist at the entrance of the Farmer God Cauldron. A wisp of a cold smile slowly appeared on the corners of his mouth. You can save one, but can you save everyone? Let this exalted lord see who can stop me from slaughtering all of you today. Bang! Pooh! Pooh! Rumble! Rumble! Pooh! As the voice of the Realm Master Golden Rat fell, a large number of explosive sounds suddenly rang out in the space behind and around the Shinnong Cauldron, as well as muffled puffing sounds. The entire boundlessly vast rat-ruined stellar region was enveloped beneath an expanse of golden radiance, and this golden radiance represented the Gold Rat's Realm Lord level aura. From a certain point of view, the entire rat-ruined stellar region had actually fallen completely into the Gold Rat's control. His words from before weren't exaggerated at all. Under the envelopment of the Gold Realm Lord's aura, the life and death of all living beings were within his control. The Gold Rat originally intended to suppress the primeval porcupine and primeval tortoise that were native ferocious beast emperors at the Region Lord Realm and use them as deterrents to force the devils to leave behind all their battleships and retreat from rat-ruined stellar region. After all, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise were the most powerful existences in the entire punitive army. Even young Master Ling Hu, who possessed the Farmer God Cauldron and the Great Battle of Stars, couldn't compare to them in terms of deterrence. Once the primeval porcupine and tortoise were killed, this army would basically be crippled, and it would be without a leader or confidence. The outcome would be decided. However, this thought had been destroyed by young Master Ling Hu. This caused the Gold Rat to be rather displeased. At this moment, along with a single thought from him, over 100,000 of the over 5 million native ferocious beasts around the Farmer God Cauldron had actually instantly exploded apart, and they transformed into a rain of blood that swept through space. It was a horrifying sight. There was even a Star Lord and a dozen grand cultivators of Universe Realm among them. The Realm Lord Goldmouse did this on purpose. His actions this time were also for the sake of deterrence. He didn't plan to kill all the native beasts. After all, they were still a powerful force. Moreover, the native vicious beasts were rootless and did not have the backing of a clan. He could bully them without any pressure. He planned to stay in the outskirts of the rat-ruined star field and guard the gate of the ancestral land for the Spatial Rat Clan. At the same time, the demon battleship in the void behind the Shinnong Cauldron also exploded. However, these 10 million battleships were also considered to be in the bag by the Realm Lord Golden Mouse, so it couldn't destroy all of them. Even as a powerful sector lord, he indeed had the ability to do so, but who would be willing to destroy everything that was about to become his spoils of war? There were also about 100,000 battleships that exploded at the same time as the 100,000 native beasts. There were castles and fortresses of all sizes. Among them, there was even a vice flagship with a Star Lord of the demon race guarding it. However, it wasn't Imo Qigong. This caused Yi Xian to break out in cold sweat. Golden-haired rat, are you forcing this young master to take action? In the blink of an eye, 100,000 savage beasts and 100,000 warships were reduced to nothingness. The former turned into a cloud of blood mist, while the latter disintegrated in the void, exploding into fireballs. None of the demon-kin experts inside survived. Yi Xian was both shocked and furious. He jumped up and down in the 9-colored mist at the mouth of the Shinnong Cauldron. He pointed at the Realm Lord Golden Mouse in front of him and cursed loudly. At the same time, a cluster of 9-colored fog was spurted out of the mouth of the Shinnong Cauldron, rolling toward the Star Lords and the 200 local ferocious beasts that were not far away from the cauldron and were in the void at the edge of the void. These were all high-end battle prowess. Although Yi Xian couldn't save everyone, he had to try his best to save the high-end battle prowess of the universe no matter what. At the same time, the largest cloud of 9-colored mist rushed towards the back of the Shinnong Cauldron. In the blink of an eye, the main flagship of the entire fleet, the West Expedition, was pulled into the 9-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron. Grand Elder Imo and Imo Qigong were guarding the main flagship. Yi Xian didn't want anything to happen to these two old fellows. Among the upper echelons of the demon race, the ones he had the best relationship with were the two Grand Elder Mo and Mo Qigong. As for the other two vice flagship Star Lords, due to them being too far away, Yi Xian couldn't save them even if he wanted to. It was simply too far away. These are the people you want to save. At this time, the Golden Rat's mocking voice sounded. At this time, he had stopped and stood in the void 20 million li away from the Shinong Cauldron. Obviously, even this Golden Rat with Sector Lord cultivation was fearful of this enormous cauldron that was like a star. He had said before that the Netherworld Cauldron in the core of the root of all evil star domain was enough to make him wary. The Shinong Cauldron's grade wasn't any weaker than the Netherworld Cauldron. They were both primordial treasures, supreme artifacts of an era. Unfortunately, the Netherworld Furnace was in an ownerless state in the source of all evil, and its own internal domain could be activated to the limit. On the other hand, the Shinong Cauldron had already been refined by Yi Xian, so the power of the internal domain that it could display would be affected by Yi Xian's own cultivation. Because of this, the current Shinong Cauldron could activate some basic abilities in Yi Xian's hands. But in terms of offensive abilities, Yi Xian couldn't display its full strength. This was one of the regrets in Yi Xian's heart. It made him feel helpless. He believed that the Sector Lord Golden Rat had also guessed this, but out of caution, he didn't get too close in the end. He stopped 20 million li away in the void. After all, the entire Rat Ruin Star domain was enveloped by his Sector Lord level pressure. With a thought, he could determine the life and death of people. It didn't matter if he got close or not. The power of this Shinong Cauldron is indeed extraordinary. But you've seen the warning just now. Even with the cauldron in hand, you can't save these native beasts and the army of 10 million. With a sinister smile, the Sector Lord Golden Rat threatened again, Demon, Linghu, I'll give you 3 minutes to make a decision. Either leave behind all the warships and resources and obediently retreat from the Rat Ruin Star domain, or, this Sector Lord will directly attack and kill all of you. Rumble, Big Tooth Jean, we haven't seen each other for tens of thousands of years, but your tone has grown. Opening your mouth, you want to destroy my army of 10 million. Aren't you afraid the wind will cut your tongue? Also, you want to attack this Emperor's clansmen. Have you asked this Emperor about this? As soon as the Sector Lord Golden Rat finished speaking, in the void above the warships, an explosion suddenly sounded. Then, a blood-red light split open the void. Chapter 38:22. Rumble, thunder rumbled as the void split open. A ray of blood-red light spilled out of the crack in the void like a waterfall. The blood-red light pillar was only 1,000 feet in diameter, but it was like a heavenly pillar. It stood upright in the Rat Ruin Star domain and exuded a majestic pressure. A generation's demon emperor had descended in the form of a projection clone. The entire Rat Ruin starfield was originally filled with blazing golden light that shrouded the vast void. However, at this moment, as the projection of the first demon emperor descended, boundless crimson light instantly radiated from this crimson heavenly pillar that was over 1,000 feet in diameter. Wherever it passed, the scorching golden light that was originally there was completely dissipated. This blood-colored light represented a generation's demon emperor's Sector Lord suppression. The blood-colored light sprinkled down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the 10 million devilish battleships behind the Farmer God Cauldron as well as the millions of native beasts around the cauldron. However, even the blood-colored light couldn't reach the Farmer God Cauldron. There was no need for that. Even against a Sector Lord, the Farmer God Cauldron could still protect itself. As the blood-red light that represented the power of the Demon Emperor dispersed the original scorching golden light, it enveloped a large area around the Shinong Cauldron and behind it. The millions of indigenous ferocious beasts around the giant cauldron and the tens of millions of demon soldiers behind it were temporarily freed. They regained their freedom and were no longer in danger. Danger. At least, the Sector Lord Golden Rat couldn't decide their life and death with a single thought. Following that, a blood-colored light flashed and a figure walked out of the blood-colored heavenly pillar. It was the Demon Emperor, Mo Zhutian. In the distant void outside the rat-ruined starfield, cries of surprise rang out from the fleet of scouts from the First Universe's slave clans. What? Even the pressure of a Sector Lord old monster was dispelled. Could it be that this pillar of light represents? That's right. Another Sector Lord has descended. That figure looks so familiar. I have been to the Demon Royal Star, the ancestral star of the demon dwellers. I have also entered the Demon Royal City. In the central square of the Demon Royal City, there is a huge statue. Its face is exactly the same as this figure. A generation's Demon Emperor. A generation's Demon Emperor has actually descended. This supreme existence hasn't been annihilated by the passage of time. He's still alive. Big news, big news. The devilish people and space rat race are going to fight to the death. Both races have sent out sector lords. This is the first time in tens of thousands of years that this has happened in the three Great Plains. It's like an earthquake in space. It seems that the devil cultivator is still weak in the end, and the scales of the battle are still tilted towards the side of the spatial mouse clan. However, facing the projection of the devil cultivator's first emperor, once the battle really starts, the battle will definitely start. Unfortunately, the first devil cultivator's first emperor's projection is still very strong. Even if the space rat race wins, they will have to pay a heavy price. Retreat. Retreat immediately. The two Sector Lord old monsters seem to be about to fight. If we are too close, we will be caught in the crossfire. Mo Zhutian, you think you can suppress the original body, the Demon Emperor? What a joke. The arrival of the generation's Demon Emperor didn't make the golden rat in the void 20 million li away shocked or flustered. He seemed to have predicted the arrival of the Demon Emperor. His golden triangular eyes even shone with a crafty light. With a faint arrogance, he slowly said, Mo Zhutian, I've been waiting for you for a long time. These 10 million warships and millions of evil Starfield native beasts are all for the benefit of my race. But these spoils of war can't enter the original body's eyes. I've been waiting for you. Waiting, for treasures that can be of use to me. Speaking to here, the golden rat's face was filled with filth. He proudly said, Old man Mo, your devilish people aren't very prosperous. Today, you don't have more than 100 million people, right? Even if these 10 million warships are controlled by AI robots, there are still tens of millions of devilish people in the army. If you want to save them, it'll depend on what you can take out to tempt me. Big Tooth Gene, that battle 10,000 years ago, didn't I teach you a lesson? You really don't learn from your mistakes. You've forgotten the pain so quickly. This is the first time we meet after 10,000 years, and you dare to speak to me with such a tone. Facing the complacent realm master Golden Rat, the Demon Emperor smiled lightly. He stood proudly in the void with his hands behind his back and said, You're right. This Emperor has indeed descended with a projection clone today. I only have 60% of my peak strength, which is not enough to fight with you. However, if you want to fight with me, but if I give up this projection, it's still possible for your original body to create it. Plus, even if that's the case, it's impossible for it to happen today. You want to extort treasures from me. Your plan is good, but you're thinking too much. This was the majestic demeanor of a supreme supremacy. He openly admitted that he was weak, but he didn't show any weakness. In fact, he was even a little aggressive. The Demon Emperor was indeed extraordinary. Just this demeanor alone was enough to make people gasp in amazement. Facing these words and the calm performance of the Demon Emperor, the higher-ups of the various scouting fleets outside the rat-ruined starfield fell into a daze. Their faces were full of fascination. In front of the Shannon cauldron, the golden rats sneered again. Mo Etienne, you're still the same. Hypocritical and shameless. Why? This time, do you think you can still suppress me with this method? Don't be delusional. You're just a projection doppelganger after all. Even if you can severely injure your main body will also be unable to recover after this projection doppelganger is destroyed. Who's afraid of who? It's not like I'm scared of you. Big Golden Tooth, you're as timid as a mouse. Do you need Old Man Mo to scare you? As soon as the Golden Rat finished speaking, a mocking and sarcastic voice suddenly sounded from the void on the other side of the rat-ruined starfield. His voice was not loud, but it reverberated through the void in an instant. Regardless of whether it was the powerhouses in the rat-ruined star zone or the powerhouses in the First Universe's scout fleet in the distance, all of them heard it clearly. Before his voice faded, a blood-green pillar of light suddenly shot out from the void in that direction. It was similar to the blood-red pillar that appeared when the Demon Emperor Mo Zhutian descended. It tore open a crack in the void and descended straight into the rat-ruined star domain. Chapter 38-23. Another world lord had descended, and the surroundings of rat ruins instantly became deathly silent. It was extremely rare to see an existence at such a level descend in 10,000 years. Even if it was that world-shaking incident at the core area of the root of all evil not too long ago, only 2 native ferocious beasts at the World Lord realm had appeared at the final moment. Yet now, 3 world lords had appeared successively in a short period of time within the ancestral grounds of the Spatial Rat clan. Even though 2 of them had merely descended in the form of projection clones, a world lord was a world lord, and even if they were projection clones, the powerful aura of a world lord was still far away. It wasn't something a region lord could compare to. Outside rat-ruined Starfield, all the experts of the various clans within the fleet of scouts from the First Universe had lost their voices. Seeing these world lords descend successively caused them to suddenly feel numb amidst their astonishment. It was like they were in a dream, and it felt so unreal. Another world lord had appeared on their side, so it was naturally something to be happy about. In fact, it was indeed so. All the experts within the army of devilish warships that were enveloped by the blood-red glow of the first Devil Emperor heaved sighs of relief in their hearts. The auras that surged out from the bodies of the few million native ferocious beasts around the farmer god cauldron became ferocious once more. They'd realized that the situation had changed. It was even to the extent that the primeval porcupine and tortoise by Yi Xian's side revealed cruel smiles at this moment. They were excited and impatient to charge out of the 9-colored mist that enshrouded the mouth of the farmer god cauldron and begin the battle. After all, even though this world lord had descended in the form of a projection clone as well, and the combat strength he was able to display was merely around 60% of his peak state. But they had 2 world lords on their side after all. Even if they were only able to display around 60% of their combat strength, if they joined forces, then it wouldn't be a problem for them to defeat the ancestor of the Spatial Rat clan, the Gold Rat, who was at his peak state. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Every single time, the ability of a world lord would be different, and it would definitely be extraordinary. So, once the projection clones of 2 world lords arrived and joined forces, then the Gold Rat would definitely suffer a tragic fate. However, Yi Xian's expression suddenly darkened. He didn't look happy at all. Instead, it looked a little sinister, as if it was grinding its teeth, as if it had a great hatred. Liar. He's indeed a liar. Previously, when he heard from the first-generation Demon Emperor that the 2 old fellows, the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher, were both at least at the Realm Master Realm, and might even be Universe Realm's supreme almighties that surpassed the Realm Master Realm. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he lost his composure and cursed a few times. He had really been tricked by these 2 old men. However, at that time, he had forcefully thrown this matter to the back of his mind and didn't think too much about it. But now, with the descent of the Mad Mosquito Emperor's projection clone, his Sector Lord Realm cultivation base was completely confirmed. The anger in Yi Xian's heart was instantly aroused. It was unknown if he had sensed something, but the Mad Mosquito Emperor in the other side of the void glanced in Yi Xian's direction at this moment. When he saw that his face had darkened and he was gnashing his teeth, the dignified Sector Lord Old Monster actually shrank his neck slightly as if he had a guilty conscience. His gaze didn't dare to linger here for too long. He quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere, as if he wouldn't dare to look here even if he was beaten to death. Clearly, he didn't intend to have any more eye contact with Yi Xian. Mad Mosquito, you actually want to interfere? Following the arrival of the Mad Mosquito Emperor, the expression of the Sector Lord in the void in the distance suddenly changed. He instantly turned gloomy and his gaze turned to the Mad Mosquito Emperor. His face was full of unwillingness as he gritted his teeth and asked, "My Space Rat Clan and your Fierce Mosquito Clan have always minded their own business. Furthermore, didn't your Fierce Mosquito Clan and the Demon Clan have some disputes in the past? Since you're not an ally, why are you meddling in other people's business? Let me give you a piece of advice, Mad Mosquito. My Space Rat Clan is not to be trifled with. The Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven is not just a decoration. You'd better think carefully about whether it's worth it to wade into this pool of muddy water. Cut the crap. Since this Emperor has already come, how can I be persuaded by a few words of yours and turn back?" The Mad Mosquito Emperor rolled his eyes and immediately expressed his stance. "If that's the case, won't the experts of the various clans laugh when we return? The fierce mosquito beasts are too cowardly, not even comparable to rats." These words were really infuriating and expressed a tough attitude. The expression of the Space Rat Clan's Sector Lord, Golden Rat, changed again and became even more ferocious. "This Emperor doesn't know whether your fierce mosquito beasts are bold or not, but my Space Rat Clan is not cowardly either. So what if two Sector Lords have arrived? Even if the two of you can suppress me if you join forces, there's at least an 80% chance that I'll kill one of you at the cost of damaging my Taoist foundation. You'll be trapped in the rat-ruined starfield forever. Mad Mosquito, you'd better take care of yourself." The meaning behind his words was clearly hinting that if the Mad Mosquito Emperor insisted on staying and forcefully stepping into this pool of muddy water, when the battle started, this Sector Lord, Golden Rat, might even abandon the Demon Emperor and bite the Mad Mosquito Emperor to death. Even if his Tao Foundation was damaged, he would still kill his projection clone. Stay in the rat-ruined starfield forever. This was extremely likely. After all, compared to the Demon Emperor, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, who had interfered for no reason and caused the Space Rat Clan to lose all their advantages, was clearly more resentful to this Sector Lord, Golden Rat. "Yo, what a big tone. You're clearly a mouse with a front tooth." Your words almost made this old man think that I've met a yawning toad. Just as the Space Rat Clan Sector Lord, Golden Rat, finished speaking, another Sector Lord Old Monster, descended. Rumble. Another thunderous boom rang out in the void. This time, it came from another direction. A blood-black streak split open the void and descended from a huge crack. In an instant, a large curtain of blood-black brilliance dispelled the golden oppressive brilliance that had originally enveloped the void. At this time, in the rat-ruined starfield, there were already 3 towering sky pillars erected in each direction, forming a tripartite balance. They surrounded the Sector Lord, Golden Rat, who was standing in the void 20 million miles in front of the Shinong Cauldron, as well as more than 100 Universe Realm experts and Star Lord Old Monsters behind him. At this moment, as the third blood-black sky pillar split open the void and descended from the huge crack, a slightly hunched and skinny figure stepped out of the blood-black light pillar. It was Yi Xian's old acquaintance, Mosquito Butcher. Chapter 38-24. In less than 10 minutes, the 3 sky pillars split open the void of the universe and landed in the rat-ruined star area, sending 3 old monsters of the Sector Lord realm. This scene was too shocking. Outside the rat-ruined star area, in the void of the first universe, the scout fleets of the various large slave clans had collectively lost their voices. They couldn't even cry out in surprise. The shock in their hearts was too strong. In the rat-ruined star area, the Sector Lord, the Golden Rats, and the 100 or so universe masters and star lords of their race who were surrounded by the 3 sky pillars were completely dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded and wondered if they were in a dream. Compared to the first-generation Demon Emperor and the Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher was obviously more difficult to deal with. At this moment, as soon as he arrived, he grinned strangely. He looked at the Sector Lord Golden Rat and ridiculed sarcastically, "Yo, big golden teeth, I haven't seen you for tens of thousands of years. Your front teeth seem to be a little bigger. Could it be that this thing also gives you courage?" In other words, the reason why the Sector Lord Golden Rat was so bold was because of the pair of front teeth in his mouth. A dignified Sector Lord Old Monster was actually played and humiliated like this. Sector Lord Golden Rat was so angry that his body started to tremble, but he gritted his teeth and held it back. Panting heavily, he stared fiercely at the wretched Mosquito Butcher and said hatefully, "Old Mosquito Butcher, didn't you die? Why are you still alive? In addition, the demon tribe also has a grudge with you. Why did you do it today? You and Mad Mosquito Butcher are willing to be enemies with the Space Rat clan to help the demon tribe. You are clearly old enemies, but today you join forces to force me to give up. You can't bully me like this." At the end, the Sector Lord Golden Rat was really angry. His face was full of resentment, and even his tone was full of resentment, faintly revealing a thick sense of grievance. No wonder he was so resentful. If the same thing happened to any Star Lord, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get over this hurdle. Originally, the situation had just stabilized, and victory was already in his grasp. But suddenly, 3 existences with the same cultivation level as him appeared. This was already bad luck enough, but these 3 Sector Lord Old Monsters had arrived one after the other. They even had some enmity with each other, but now, they had joined forces to deal with him alone. This was too simple. Damn it, even being F***ed by a dog wouldn't be this sad. At this moment, with the arrival of the wretched Mosquito Butcher, the situation in this star domain had been completely reversed. The Spatial Rat clan didn't even have the chance to make a comeback. The Devil Emperor, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the wretched Mosquito Butcher. If these 3 old monsters were to descend with their true bodies, any one of them would be stronger than the Space Rat clan Sector Lord Gold Rat. Although the 3 of them had descended in the form of projection clones and could only display about 60% of their full strength, the advantage was that it was 3 against 1. This wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Furthermore, it wasn't just 2 Sector Lord Old Monsters, but 3. If it was said that the Space Rat clan Sector Lord Gold Rat still had some thoughts of struggling to fight before the wretched Mosquito Butcher descended, then now, even this thought of struggling had faded away in an instant. Although his true body was here, at his peak state, he could display 100% of his strength. In a desperate situation, it wasn't a problem for him to display 120% of his strength. But that didn't have any meaning. Facing the projection clones of 3 existences whose strength originally surpassed it, if they joined forces, even if this Sector Lord Golden Rat fought with its life on the line, it would only be able to heavily injure one of the 3 opponents and would not be able to kill them. As for him, he was definitely going to die. The price was too great. Even if his head was kicked by a toad, he wouldn't make such a decision. Because of this, the Space Rat clan Sector Lord Gold Rat's chest heaved up and down. After holding back his anger for a while, he quickly judged the situation and made a choice with incomparable grievance. "You 3 old fellows, what is the purpose of such a big lineup today?" The situation was stronger than the person. At this moment, when the Sector Lord Gold Rat spoke again, his tone was different. Although it was still unhappy, anyone could hear that he was showing weakness and had already decided to compromise. "Don't try to fool this sovereign. If it's just for the Devil Cultivator and the millions of battleships, it's impossible to accomplish. It's fine if the heavens come, but it's impossible for the Mad Mosquito and the Mosquito Butcher to descend. Since you have another purpose, why don't you tell this sovereign?" Old man, don't pretend to be crazy. This old man doesn't believe that you don't know the situation in the first universe. The wretched mosquito slayer immediately rolled his eyes. Halfway through his sentence, he glanced at the first mosquito emperor and the mad mosquito emperor in the other direction. He said in a muffled voice, "This old man is not familiar with the two of them. At least, the matter from back then is not over yet. However, this time, I still have to come. No one knows what the Heaven's Legacy race is doing, but the various races of the first universe must unite in the shortest amount of time. Unfortunately, this old man thinks that the devil cultivator is more reliable than you mice. This is for the sake of the overall situation, and it has nothing to do with that emo guy. So, you know what I mean." Although these words were a little sarcastic, at least the meaning was very clear. No matter what, they would help the devil cultivator race to replace the previous overlord of the first universe, the Heaven's Legacy race. They would unite the various races of the first universe in the shortest amount of time. Obviously, the mad mosquito emperor had the same idea. As soon as the wretched mosquito butcher finished speaking, he nodded in agreement. In this regard, the devil emperor didn't have much to say. He only shook his head with a bitter smile. However, subconsciously, his gaze still turned to Yi Xian. He glanced at him and quickly looked away. The two old men didn't admit it, but how could the devil emperor not know? In the end, the reason why the two of them agreed to help today was because of Yi Xian. However, he didn't know anything about Prince Xian's secrets. This made Mo Etienne feel rather depressed, but there was nothing he could do about it. He knew the mad mosquito emperor and old devil mosquito butcher very well. With these two old men's temperaments, they were so concerned about a human junior. Even a fool wouldn't believe that there wasn't something fishy going on. Unfortunately, no matter how Mo Etienne probed, the two old men didn't reveal anything. Helpless, he could only instruct the upper echelons of the devil cultivator royal family to firmly bind themselves to Prince Xian no matter what. On the other side, the devil emperor, Mo Etienne, was full of doubts. On the other side, Yi Xian was in a similar situation. At this time, the ashen expression on his face had been replaced by a thick sense of curiosity. It was rare to see these three old men together today. They even met each other. On the side, there was also the Sector Lord level Golden Rat who clearly knew about the grudges between the three of them. Chapter 38-25. You want to help the Devil Cultivator step on our Space Rat clan and become the new overlord of the first universe? The expression of the Space Rat clan's Sector Lord, the Golden Rat, changed slightly. Although he had vaguely guessed this point, when he heard the wretched mosquito butcher's words and saw the mad mosquito emperor nod in agreement, his heart still trembled. Following that, the ferocious look that had barely been wiped off from his face surfaced once again. Even his tone revealed a sense of ruthlessness that had not been seen in a long time. Why? My Space Rat clan, regardless of clan strength or true foundation, is inferior to the Devil Cultivator? Why should we let them become the new overlord of the first universe? Just because you, the mad mosquito emperor, and old devil mosquito butcher, find them pleasing to the eye? Just because you have already made such a decision? GGG, mad mosquito, old devil mosquito butcher, don't you think you're too important? It doesn't seem like it's your turn to decide the fate of the first universe, right? At the very least, in my clan's Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven, there might be stronger existences. In fact, it's not just one or two realms stronger. You should know this in your hearts, right? If you really piss me off, even if this old man gives up on the Rat Ruins Starfield outside and risks the destruction of my entire clan, I will enter the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven and awaken the ancestors. At that time, you can consider the consequences yourselves. Dead silence. A stifling silence. After the Space Rat clan Sector Lord level Golden Rat finished speaking, it let out a cold snort and didn't say anything else. Its face was still full of malevolence and arrogance. It was completely like a broken pot that was thrown away by a knife. In the face of all this, all the experts inside and outside the rat-ruined starfield were dumbfounded, but their faces were filled with suspicion and doubt. They vaguely understood some of it, but they didn't understand it at all. All the large clans had their own foundations, but as for what this foundation was and where the bottom line of their cultivation was, without reaching that level, they had no right to understand or come into contact with it. Yi Xian had the deepest feelings towards this point. When he was weak, he had thought that the supreme expert of the universe was the foundation of the various clans. Now, it seemed that this was just a joke. Later on, he thought that Star Lords and Domain Lords were the foundation of the various races, but reality proved that it was still a joke. Looking at the current situation, it was impossible for a Sector Lord to be the foundation of the various races in the 3 dimensions. After the Sector Lord level was the Universe level. Based on his past habits, Yi Xian might have viewed Universe-level masters as the true foundation of the various races in the 3 major dimensions. However, with so many of these lessons, Yi Xian's thoughts became less direct. Of course, this included the matter of Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the Mad Mosquito Emperor. This also made Yi Xian feel quite emotional. Hence, he had a vague feeling that universe-level warriors were still not the true foundation of the various races. However, even if there were universe-level powerhouses behind the great races of the 3 Great Plains, from the words of the Space Rat Clan Sector Lord Golden Rat, it seemed that this kind of universe-level existence would not appear so easily. For example, in the Space Rat Clan's true ancestral ground, the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven, an existence that even this Sector Lord Golden Rat had to address as ancestors seemed to be in a deep slumber, and he would need to pay a certain price to be awakened. However, regarding whether universe-level powerhouses were the true foundation of the various races in the 3 dimensions of the universe, Yi Xian still had reservations about this. It was just that he couldn't even come into contact with a universe-level powerhouse, and he had never even heard of a name after the universe level. Regarding the truth of this matter, it was natural that he couldn't find out. At least, for now, Yi Xian clearly did not have the qualifications to come into contact with the worlds above the universe level. This indeed made him feel a faint sense of indignation and disappointment, but this feeling was quickly thrown to the back of Yi Xian's mind. What he paid the most attention to and was most interested in was the background of the wretched Mosquito Butcher and the Mad Mosquito Emperor, as well as their relationship with the first Demon Emperor and even the entire demon race. Resentment and entanglement. As for this matter, it was obvious that there would be no results from asking these 3 old fellows. They were all so smart that it made one speechless. Yi Xian had already been tricked more than once. However, this Space Rat Clan Sector Lord level Golden Rat was clearly not one of them. If he wanted to solve the doubts in his heart, this old fellow was the best breakthrough point. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a dark light, and he raised his head to look at the Sector Lord Golden Rat in front of him. At this moment, only a few breaths had passed since this Sector Lord Golden Rat had expressed his unyielding attitude. Whether it was the first Demon Emperor, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, or the Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, they were all frowning and muttering to themselves. They could clearly see that the Sector Lord Golden Rat's words were not empty bravado. This old fellow was truly angered, and had truly given up on the entire Space Rat Clan, leaving this rat-ruined star field to the demon race's 10 million strong army and the 3 descending Sector Lord Old Monsters projection clones to torment. He himself would enter the Space Rat Clan's ancestral ground, the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven. After paying a certain price, he would awaken the slumbering ancestor of the clan and fight to the death. And this was clearly what the first Demon Emperor, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the wretched Mosquito Butcher were worried about. It was precisely because of this that the 3 of them fell into deep thought after confirming that the Space Rat Clan Sector Lord level Golden Rat was not joking, and was preparing to take action for real. They were clearly afraid. Looking at this rhythm, the situation that had just been reversed seemed to have fallen into a stalemate in an instant. On the surface, the demon race's subjugation army had an absolute advantage in strength due to the arrival of the first Demon Emperor, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. However, in reality, they were at a disadvantage. Only one Sector Lord Old Monster had appeared, but the Space Rat clan could be awakened at any time by paying a certain price. The universe-level ancestor that was sleeping in the ancestral land Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven. However, he was now barefooted and not afraid of wearing shoes. He was already acting like a hooligan, almost making a scene. If he really forced him, he would really do such a thing. Although the demon race and even the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Old Devil Mosquito Butcher might not have a stronger backer behind them, that kind of universe-level ancestor-level existence was not a magic treasure or something like that that could be carried around. Even if there really was one, it would definitely be sleeping or hibernating in some secret ancestral land. Wait. For a time, distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. At least now, they definitely couldn't take it out to fight against the Sector Lord Golden Rat. With such a plan, the demon race's subjugation army, which originally had the upper hand, had now fallen into a passive state because of fear of taking action for fear of breaking the vases. It was truly speechless. Just as the three Sector Lord Old Monsters were in a difficult position, and the countless warriors of the demon race's subjugation army were collectively silent, holding their breaths, a loud laugh that did not fit the atmosphere of the scene suddenly sounded out without any warning. Ha ha ha. Chapter 38-26. A great discovery, whoosh. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Yi Xian immediately extended his electronic consciousness and controlled the demon battle roar to move horizontally, narrowly avoiding the enormous spatial rift that was over 10,000 meters long. Before he could catch his breath, Chanas, who was beside him, screamed, "To the right, there's another one coming from the right." Yi Xian immediately turned his head and happened to see a slightly smaller spatial rift slashing towards him from the right. Without even thinking, he once again used his electronic consciousness to activate the demon battle roar to dodge. However, just as he finished all of this, Chana's desperate screams rang out again, "Down there, there's another one down there. Oh my god, what the hell is this place?" Just like this, Yi Xian continuously extended his electronic consciousness and moved horizontally no less than 10 times. In the end, the demon battle roar quietly hovered in the air. There was no longer any need to dodge the spatial rifts. Only at this moment did Yi Xian and Chanas finally find the time to look into the distance. With this glance, the two of them immediately opened their mouths wide, and their expressions gradually became sluggish. It was no wonder that he had to make more than 10 emergency evasive maneuvers the moment he entered. How was this a normal void in the universe? It was simply a tattered bag riddled with holes. The void was densely packed with countless spatial rifts of varying sizes. Every once in a while, one or two would appear. Moreover, these void cracks were obviously not fixed. They were moving slowly with some kind of pattern. Fortunately, they weren't moving very fast. Otherwise, this place would have become a forbidden place in the universe. Even Star-Lord level monsters beyond the universe realm would have to suffer a grievance if they came here. At this moment, the demon battle roar was hovering in the void. It seemed safe, but in reality, it was not so. Whether it was forward, backward, or up or down, they would soon encounter other spatial rifts of varying sizes. Even if he stayed here without moving, it would not do, because the spatial rifts in the surrounding space were slowly moving. The corner of the void where the demon battle roar was currently safe, but after a long time, there would definitely be some spatial rifts that would move here. At that time, if he did not avoid it, the only outcome would be to be cut in half. F***CK. No wonder it's called a planar space danger zone. This is clearly a void turbulence zone. The entire star field is like this, filled with spatial rifts, and it's still moving slowly. This is simply a star field level killing field. Any existence or matter that enters it will be crushed to death if they are not careful. Even Yi Xian's heart trembled as he looked at everything in front of him. He couldn't help but cry out in alarm, and Chanas, who was beside him, turned green as he urged, "Russell, Russell. Lord Shah, let's retreat. This place is not meant for humans to stay in. If we're not careful, we'll be doomed. It is indeed not a place for people to stay. However, since this place is so dangerous, Di Xiaofeng still brought his fleet in. This means that the benefits inside are definitely not small. At the very least, it's worth it for him to take the risk. Yi Xian was thinking about something else. At this moment, his words sounded as if he was responding to Charnas, but in reality, he was muttering to himself, "Strange, they only came in for a while, why did they all disappear? A whole 8 strongholds of all sizes. In this kind of environment, it's impossible for them to travel at full speed. Why did they disappear so quickly?" Whoosh! Just as Yi Xian finished speaking, there was a sudden movement in the distance to the right, attracting his gaze. A gigantic blade mantis that was around a few thousand meters in size leaped up and nimbly passed through 2 spatial cracks. It landed in a corner of space further away and lay dormant for a few seconds. Then, it jumped up again and headed into the distance. This blade mantis was clearly transformed from a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters. To be able to shrink its body to such an extent, it could be seen how compact the machinery inside was. Even Sha Baofeng was unable to easily achieve this level of mechanical fusion ability. With his machinery fusion ability, if he were to completely fuse with a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters, he would at most be able to shrink the mechanical battle bugs to around 5,000 meters. So that's how it is. It seems like these guys have come prepared. They must have explored the star field many times before. Otherwise, if it was their first time here, they definitely wouldn't have been able to think of this method so quickly. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. His eyes instantly lit up. It was clear that the giant blade mantis that he had just seen was one of the 6 strongholds with a diameter of 50,000 meters that had followed Di Xiaofeng into the origin of evil star field. As soon as the 8 strongholds of the opposing fleet charged into the origin of evil star field, the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race who were controlling the battleships immediately activated their machinery fusion ability, turning the 8 strongholds into 8 different-sized mechanical battle bugs. Then, they spread out and used the agility of the mechanical battle bugs and their super explosive jumping ability to quickly move forward while dodging the void crack. This discovery caused Yi Xian to once again realize how extraordinary the item hidden in the depths of the origin of evil was. This was because in the Heavenly Legacy race, not just any core member of the upper echelons could possess this kind of machinery fusion ability. One had to meet 2 conditions. One had to be a trusted aide of the Patriarch, DE, in order to be able to open up this most powerful secret technique of the Heavenly Legacy race. Secondly, one had to have a certain level of talent. Otherwise, even if it was a trusted aide of the Patriarch, after opening up this machinery fusion secret technique, if one's talent was insufficient, they would not be able to grasp it in the end. It could be said that any upper echelon of the Heavenly Legacy race who had grasped the machinery fusion secret technique, even if they had only grasped it to varying degrees, would definitely have an extraordinary and influential status in the entire Heavenly Legacy race. And right now, Di Xiaofeng was leading a fleet into the star field of all evil. Including him, 8 starry sky fortresses of different sizes were all advancing into the depths of the star field using this kind of mechanical fusion method. That meant that, including Di Xiaofeng, the Heavenly Legacy race had sent out 8 extremely talented trusted aides of the Patriarch this time. Yi Xian had already completely taken over Sha Baofeng's memories. Based on his understanding of the Heavenly Legacy race, the so-called young Patriarch, Di Xiaofeng, definitely didn't have the ability to simultaneously invite 7 other upper echelons with the ability to fuse machinery to help him explore. Therefore, if there were no accidents, their operation this time should have been ordered by the Patriarch, DE. In other words, the target in the depths of the star field of all evil was what the Patriarch of the Heavenly Legacy race, DE, needed. Chapter 38-27. Although the Space Mouse clan was a mouse, they loved to make holes. In the entire rat-ruined star field, not only all the stars, but even the void had been made countless holes by them, densely packed and uncountable. But as a powerful clan, the rat-ruined star was their ancestral home, so the buildings that should be built were naturally still there. At this time, Yi Xian, Grandpa Mo, and Mo Qigong were welcomed into a palace building on the rat-ruined star. This was the royal palace of the Space Mouse clan. The so-called feast was actually some spirit fruit, spirit wine, and the like, but it was quite sumptuous. There were some spirit fruits that Yi Xian had never even eaten before, which were the specialties of the rat-ruined star field. After both sides sat down, the realm lord of the Space Rat clan, the Golden Rat, went straight to the point and looked at Yi Xian. Little friend Linghu is indeed extraordinarily courageous. The Linghu clan of the human race's immortal dynasty, the Heavenly War Empire, has produced a true Qilin son. However, with little friend's unparalleled talent in medicine, tools, and array, I'm afraid a small Linghu clan doesn't have the foundation to cultivate you. I wonder what your master is. This was clearly a test, trying to get Yi Xian to talk and ask about his background. Senior, you must be joking. What master is there? The so-called medicine, tools, and array are just false praises from the outside world, messing around. Yi Xian sneered and dealt with it in a few words. Then, he looked serious and brought up the business, back to the point. Senior Golden Rat, what this young master said before was actually a joke. This time, this young master's real purpose in coming to the rat-ruined star is to take your Space Mouse clan. Take them down. What? The smile on Realm Lord Golden Rat's face disappeared in an instant, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Linghu Chong, do you think this venerable one is easy to bully? Do you believe that this venerable one can kill you on the spot? Sorry, you really don't have this ability. Otherwise, you could try. Yi Xian ignored the dumbfounded Grand Master Mo and Mo Qigong beside him. They were also stunned by his words. Facing the reprimand of the Realm Lord Golden Rat, he remained calm and unafraid. Then, he changed the topic and continued, also, Senior Jean, aren't you a little too excited? This young master hasn't even finished his words and you're already in a hurry to get angry. Is there a need for that? What if, as this young master said, you would welcome him with open arms? Ridiculous. Do you think I'm cheap? The Realm Master Golden Rat was so angry that it was panting heavily. But in the end, he didn't know whether it was because he was stunned by Yi Xian's calm demeanor, or because he was certain that he wouldn't be able to do much, but after a few soft snorts, he suppressed his temper and sat down again. He sneered and said, but I don't think you'll be able to do anything. Why don't I listen to what you have to say? In short, this young master has decided to give your Space Rat clan a gold member. After all, you joined the alliance early, so naturally you should be given preferential treatment. When the Realm Lord Golden Rat sat down, Yi Xian smiled faintly and said such words. Not only did the Realm Lord Golden Rat not understand, but even Grand Master Mo and Mo Qigong beside him were confused. Didn't they come to crusade? How did it become a gift? Moreover, what was this so-called gold member? Gold member? What the hell is that? Hearing that the other party had just said to take them down, and in the blink of an eye, it became a gift, the Realm Lord Golden Rat was stunned and asked subconsciously. It's very simple. A gold member represents strength and nobility. A clan with a gold member will have a gold elder seat in the Alliance Elder Council. For example, the first-generation Demon Emperor, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher are all gold elders of the Alliance. The clans and forces they represent are all gold members. This kind of gold member can only be obtained by a few clans that joined the Alliance in the early days. Later clans, no matter how strong they are, can only become silver members at most. As a gold elder, the resources provided by the Alliance each year are naturally different. Of course, this is only the individual benefits. In terms of clans, when the benefits are distributed, the gold members' share each time is different from that of an ordinary member. It can be said that they are not on the same level at all. After all, below the gold member, there are silver member, bronze member, and then the most basic ordinary member. Hearing this, everyone in the room basically understood a little. Yi Xian's intention was to establish an alliance, and when he said to take them down, it was only to persuade the Space Rat clan to join the alliance. And as an elder who joined the alliance early, the Space Rat clan would directly become a gold member of the alliance. In the Alliance Gold Elder Council, they would have a Gold Elder seat. Whether it was the Gold Elder or the Space Rat clan as a gold member, when the alliance's benefits were distributed in the future, they would obtain more benefits than the other silver, bronze, and ordinary members. All of this was very easy to understand. Yi Xian's words were easy to understand, and the temptation he gave was not small. After all, the first-generation Devil Emperor, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and Old Devil Mosquito Killer were only gold elders. If the Space Rat clan joined the alliance, then the clan Sector Lord Gold Rat would also become a gold member of the alliance. This definitely did not lower his status. In terms of cultivation strength, this Sector Lord Gold Rat was compared to the first-generation Devil Emperor and the others. Although they were both large realms, in terms of small realms, he was slightly inferior. But all of this was not the key. The real key was actually this so-called alliance. What exactly was it? This old man understands. The Space Rat clan Sector Lord Gold Rat nodded, and his tone softened a lot. After all, the other party was only here to pull people into the alliance. He completely misunderstood when he said to take them down, and did not mean to subdue them. With Moitian, Mad Mosquito Killer, and Old Devil Mosquito Killer as gold elders, the standard of your alliance is indeed not bad, high-end and classy, but, halfway through, the Sector Lord Gold Rat suddenly changed the topic. But why should my Space Rat clan join this? Right, this senior does not even know what this alliance is called, so how can I be sure that after joining, there will be benefits? This question was straightforward, but also to the point. If there were no benefits to joining the so-called alliance, then what was the point? Not to mention a gold member, even if they were given a purple gold member, it was just an empty title. The name of the alliance has not been decided yet, but this matter is not urgent, we can slowly think about it later. Chapter 38-28. As for the benefits you speak of, Senior, halfway through, Yi Xian suddenly changed the topic. The entire alliance will be firmly united, and we will no longer be enslaved by the Tianji race. This is the greatest benefit. Although this sentence felt like a pie in the sky, one had to admit that this was indeed the case. The mysterious disappearance of the Tianji race and the migration of the entire race had always been a huge stone in the hearts of the races of the first universe. Even the races of the Federation of the second universe and the human race of the third universe were deeply worried. Everyone knew that once the Tianji race reappeared, the first universe would definitely be filled with a reign of terror. The demon race had found an excuse to suppress them, but their goal was to seize the opportunity before the Tianji race reappeared to take over the races of the first universe and gain the upper hand. After all this talk, it's back to the main topic. This sovereign finally understands. You guys are making this alliance, but it's just a change in the soup. In the end, you still want the demon race to replace the Tianji race and become the new overlord of the first universe. The interest of the realm Lord Golden Rat that had just been piqued instantly dropped, and the expression on his face gradually turned cold. You're wrong. The alliance won't have an alliance leader. The demon race can't be the only one. Everything will be decided by the Alliance Elder Council. Once you join, your Space Rat race will also have a seat as a Gold Elder. You'll have the right to participate in any major decision of the Alliance. What's there to worry about? Yi Xian continued to guide the Realm Lord. In addition, if you join the Alliance, besides not having to worry about being enslaved by the Tianji race, there are also many practical benefits. They will be distributed according to the rank of the member. As for the specific details, the Elder Council will naturally come up with a plan when the time comes. As for these so-called benefits, there will be many in the future. In addition to the planes of the first universe, the Alliance will also explore and develop other unknown planes. The Celestials' legacy race is a large race with countless warships and fortresses. For them to vanish without a trace in such a short period of time is already extremely unusual. Moreover, the migration of the Celestials' legacy race was clearly a hasty decision. They have been exploring the unknown planes of the universe outside the three major planes this entire time. If I'm not mistaken, they must have made a major discovery, which is why they decided to migrate. For even DE to be so anxious, it can be seen just how great the temptation of that unknown plane is. This is also a benefit to the Alliance in the future. If you don't join the Alliance, with just the strength of your space rats, do you really have the strength to seize these benefits from the Heaven's legacy race? Even if we don't talk about what we just said, just the star field of the source of all evil in the first universe is a super pie. At this point, Yi Xian paused and waved his hand to retrieve two small spatial boxes from his undying world. Inside each box was a cubic meter of netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste. As of now, all three universes are aware of the good fortune in the depths of the core of the root of all evil. Senior knows how big that cake is. Almost all the races of the Second Universe Federation have moved in full force to seize it. This in itself explains the problem. However, this time, they went for wool and came back shorn. They suffered heavy losses and didn't get anything. Inside these boxes are netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste. This young master obtained them from the netherworld furnace. In the future, the Gold Elder of the Alliance will receive a portion of the supply every year. At this point, Yi Xian didn't say anything else and handed the two spatial boxes to Sector Lord Metal. Last time, he obtained tens of thousands of cubic meters of netherworld furnace lotion and several thousand cubic meters of 9-colored meat paste from the netherworld furnace. For the sake of establishing the Alliance, he didn't feel any heartache to use a little as a sweet date to win over the various Sector Lord old monsters. As for the all-evil origin liquid, there was no need to even think about it. Yi Xian had only obtained over 2,000 drops last time. Now, he only had a little over 2,000 drops left. Netherworld furnace lotion. 9-colored meat paste. Sector Lord Emojia took the small space box, a look of doubt appearing on his face. He then probed the small space box with his divine sense, and his face suddenly changed as he sucked in a breath of cold air. See, this thing, the current him was already a Sector Lord level existence. Ordinary heaven and earth treasures had almost no effect on his evolution path. Even the most rare treasures had very weak effects. However, the lotion and meat paste in these two spatial boxes emitted an aura that shocked him. Even Sector Lord level experts would have great use for them. The effects would definitely be extraordinary. More importantly, there were enough of them, each containing 1 cubic meter. If Senior leads the Spatial Mouse race to join the Alliance, then this 1 cubic meter of netherworld furnace lotion and 1 cubic meter of 9-colored meat paste will be your salary as a Gold Elder for the next year. At this point, Yi Xian paused again and glanced at Sector Lord Metal Rat. He keenly caught the flash of greed in the depths of his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. He continued, and this netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste are only the salary that the Alliance is currently giving to Gold Elder. In the future, there will be better things. Netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste, one is a byproduct of the netherworld furnace, and the other is the raw material of the netherworld furnace. Neither is the official product of the netherworld furnace, just the byproducts are already so shocking, and the raw material is condensed from the flesh and blood of primordial life forms of the universe level and above. It's easy to imagine how high the final product's grade will be and how heaven-defying its effects will be. And now, although this young master still doesn't know what the final product of the netherworld furnace is, since we were able to obtain the netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste, this in itself explains the problem. At the very least, the allied forces of the various races of the second universe suffered great losses and paid such a huge price in the source of all evil star field, but in the end, they didn't get it. Did they get a little bit of lotion and meat? Young friend is indeed amazing. Realm Lord Golden Rat's eyes flashed with a bright light, and his greed grew even stronger. He looked at Yi Xian and said, although this venerable one did not personally go to the source of all evil star field, one of my race's domain lords led an army there. This venerable one still knows a little about everything that happened in that star field. All the top powers of the 3 great planes have returned with their halberds defeated. Only young friend has obtained this netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste. This is enough to prove young friend's methods. As he spoke, Realm Lord Golden Rat suddenly changed the topic and asked, I wonder what position young friend has in this alliance. Alliance leader, or, there's no such thing as an alliance leader. Yi Xian waved his hand, shook his head, and said, this young master has already said that the alliance only has the Gold Elder group. Everything will be decided by the Gold Elders of the Elder group. Moreover, if one wants to enter the Elder group, one must have a cultivation at the Realm Master level or above, so this young master doesn't even need to. Therefore, this young master will enter the Elder group. As for the specific position, for the time being, this young master should be considered a CEO. Realm Lord Golden Rat was stunned and didn't quite understand, CEO. Chapter 38-29. Chief Executive Officer. This new term made the Spatial Rat Clan Sector Lord Golden Rat stunned. Then, he seemed to understand something, and his face showed a slightly strange expression. Yi Xian's meaning was very clear. The entire alliance and all the matters were decided by the Gold Elders, but the implementation of these decisions was the responsibility of Yi Xian. In other words, the one who showed his face outside was Yi Xian. The entire alliance's power was under his control. The Sector Lord Golden Elders were in the back, equivalent to his backing. Although he wasn't the alliance leader, he had real power. In the entire alliance, except for the Gold Elders, he was definitely the number 1 person in the alliance. However, this didn't matter. As long as he could get the benefits he deserved, he could just let this brat do what he wanted. As a Gold Elder of the Alliance, he could just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Moreover, in addition to the Golden Elder's personal salary, the clan and force that each Golden Elder represented would also be allocated a certain amount of resources every year. It seemed that this alliance that didn't even have a name was indeed worth joining. Thinking like this, the Spatial Rat Clan Sector Lord Golden Rat immediately decided to join the alliance. However, this matter wasn't announced to the public. Even the ordinary members of the Spatial Rat Clan didn't know. After all, Yi Xian said that the alliance's existence was still a secret, equivalent to an underground organization, temporarily not known to the public. Therefore, the matter of the Spatial Rat Clan joining the alliance was currently known to only a few of the upper echelons of the royal family. Ha ha ha, in this way, this lord and little friend will be allies in the future, one of us. Just joining the alliance, he received a year's salary. Whether it was the netherworld furnace lotion or the 9-colored meat paste, they were all top-grade resources that even he was moved by. The Sector Lord Golden Rat's mood was obviously very good. He raised his head and laughed, and with a flip of his hand, he had already stored the 2 small spatial boxes into his body. Then, he changed the topic and looked at Yi Xian, little friend, since we are already allies, we are no longer outsiders. This senior has a presumptuous request, and I hope that little friend can help us. My Space Rat clan will definitely be grateful. He had just made the decision to join the group, but as soon as he turned around, he immediately started making requests. Even though he was asking for help, Yi Xian was still very surprised. Howsy was Howsy after all. He had no sense of shame. He was simply too shameless. However, the other party was speaking so politely, and the other party was a gold elder of the Alliance's Elder Council. Yi Xian didn't know how to refuse for a moment. Thus, after furrowing his brows, he finally nodded reluctantly and asked the Space Rat Clan Sector Lord Level Golden Rat to tell him what the matter was. If there was no problem, there was no harm in agreeing. Little friend, don't worry. This matter is absolutely not dangerous. Otherwise, this senior wouldn't have asked. After all, you and I are now allies. How could this senior let you be in danger? Seeing Yi Xian nod, this matter was basically no longer a problem. The Sector Lord Golden Rat was overjoyed, and there was clearly a faint trace of craftiness in the bottom of his eyes. Then, he pretended to sigh and said, "The bloodline of my Space Rat clan originated from the Void Rats of the Desolate Era. This matter is no longer a secret. Little friend should know about it." When he heard him mention the Void Rats, Yi Xian was startled again. He originally thought that this greedy old guy wanted to beat around the bush and ask for more benefits, even if they could only see the substantial proportion of the Alliance's resources in the future. He didn't expect that after he opened his mouth, he would actually mention the legendary Desolate Void Rats. This really made Yi Xian a little baffled. I wonder what this old guy is planning. Unfortunately, even though the bloodline of the Desolate Void Rats flows in my Space Rat clan, it isn't very dense. If it wasn't for this old man wouldn't have been stuck at the 4th level of the Sector Lord realm for so many years. I haven't broken through for 10,000 years. When he spoke up to here, the Sector Lord Golden Rat faintly sighed and shook his head before continuing, "The matter this old man is asking for little friend's help is related to this. In the depths of my Space Rat clan's true ancestral ground, the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven, there's a secret realm called the Rat Mound. There's the bloodline remains of the Desolate Void Rat, the ancestor of my clan's bloodline. However, because the realm of this Desolate Void Rat is too terrifying, even though it has fallen for countless years, its fleshly body hasn't decayed, and the aura of pressure within its body is very strong. Not to mention this body, even the universe-level ancestors that have awakened from their deep slumber in the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven are unable to enter that Rat Mound's secret realm. This situation is similar to the scene in the core hinterland of the source of all evil star field. That netherworld furnace's pressure is so terrifying, all the top powers of the 3 universes have returned in defeat. Only Little Friend's methods are extraordinary, to actually be able to enter the netherworld furnace and obtain the netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste. I believe Little Friend must have some kind of secret technique that can resist this terrifying pressure. So, this body wants to ask for Little Friend's help. Go to that Rat Mound and help this body collect some precious blood and precious flesh from the remains of the Desolate Void Rat ancestor. Cough cough, although this is a little disrespectful, after all, the Space Rat clan has the Void Rat bloodline flowing in our bodies. However, it is after all too thin. If we can obtain the Desolate Void Rat ancestor's precious blood and precious flesh, even if it's just a little bit, due to the purity of the bloodline, to the entire Space Rat clan, that's also an extremely significant matter. This body is even more confident that after studying the precious blood and precious flesh, it will definitely bring benefits to the entire clan. My stagnant cultivation strength will also usher in another breakthrough because of this. Speaking of this, the Realm Lord Golden Rat suddenly stopped. After all, the help he was asking for at this moment was to let an outsider go to the depths of their clan's ancestral land and cut off the flesh and blood of their ancestor. This matter, no matter how thick-skinned he was, he probably wouldn't have the face to say too much in detail. Yes. On the side, Yi Xian, Grand Elder Mo, and Grand Elder Mo were already dumbfounded. Even the patriarch of the Realm Lord Golden Rat clan, the chief of the Realm Lord Golden Rat clan, Rat Qiansui, and the other star lords of the other clans were all a little embarrassed. Their faces were flushed, and their eyes were wandering. Obviously, they felt that this matter was a little unkind and too embarrassing. However, although it was embarrassing, they still couldn't resist the temptation of a real desolate void rat's precious blood and precious flesh. Even if it was the bloodline primordial ancestor, it was already dead after all. If it could be turned into visible and tangible benefits, why not? Chapter 38:30. Yi Xian seemed to be in a dilemma. He raised his hand to touch his forehead and sighed, alas, it's really difficult. This kind of thing that destroys the precious remains, this young master has never done it before, cough, cough. Before Yi Xian could finish his pretentious words, a cough came from beside him. Turning his head to look, he saw that old Master Mo and Nemo Qigong's necks had swelled up and were faintly red. They seemed to have choked on their own saliva. The Realm Lord Golden Rat, the Space Rat Clan's clan leader Shu Wan Dong, the chief elder Shu Qian Sui, and the others were all full of disdain. You've never done something like destroying the precious remains. Come on, you! How many of them have you roasted and eaten? Whether it was young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, or the immemorial little demon ape, they all had the same virtue. Listening to the awkward coughs and looking at the disdainful faces of the core members of the Space Rat clan, even if Yi Xian was thick-skinned, he couldn't bear it at this moment. He quickly coughed and changed the topic, cough, cough, this, Senior Golden Rat, this young master is indeed a little embarrassed. After all, you and I are allies. This matter of destroying the precious remains of the primordial ancestor. Well, for the Space Rat clan, for Senior's cultivation breakthrough, this young master will try this matter. Try it, I can't guarantee success. No guarantee, no guarantee, who dares to guarantee this kind of thing? Hearing Yi Xian agree, the Realm Lord Golden Rat rubbed his hands excitedly. He seemed to be very excited and quickly said, little friend, as long as you agree to help, after entering the rat tomb, just do what you can. If you really can't do it, this venerable will give up. In short, it's all up to little friend's safety. It's all up to you. Since he had already said so, it was really hard to refuse, so Yi Xian could only helplessly take this matter. At this moment, no one noticed that deep in the eyes of the Realm Lord Golden Rat, there was a flash of fierce and greedy light. After a while, the group came to the depths of the rat-ruined star field and stood on the side of the vast and deep black abyss. In addition to Yi Xian, Mo Qigong and Nemo Qigong also came, and only 3 people of the Space Rat clan came. They were the Realm Lord Golden Rat, the Chief Elder Shu Wan Dong, and the Chief Elder Shu Qian Sui. You too, Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven is a forbidden area of our Space Rat clan. Even our clan members, except for some special existences, are not allowed to enter. Is of course. Elder. And Elder. Is. Right mind, too. Although with their strength, in front of the Realm Lord, the Golden Rat, they were basically unable to show their faces. However, if they were to follow him and keep an eye on him, they would feel more at ease. However, when they thought about how Yi Xian still had the Shinong cauldron in his hands, and how there were millions of ferocious beasts from the source of all evil within the cauldron, including the 2 domain lord-level ferocious beasts, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle, the 2 of them immediately felt relieved. Realm Master Metal waved his sleeve, grabbed Yi Xian, and leaped into the black abyss in front of him. The entrance to the spatial passageway leading to the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven was this black abyss. It had no bottom at all. After jumping in and passing through the spatial passageway, one would directly enter the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven. A wave of dizziness swept over him, and Yi Xian felt his vision blur. When he could see clearly again, he was already in a small independent space. This was the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven, the true ancestral lair of the Spatial Rat clan. However, the word Grotto Heaven only sounded nice. This small independent space was actually a rat hole. This void was similar to the universe outside. It also had stars and a starry sky, but it was not large. It was an independent small plane of average size, at most a few tens of millions of miles wide. Just like the rat-ruined starfield, the stars and void of this rat-ruined's grotto heaven were all filled with rat holes. This was the nature of rats, and it was unlikely to change. The only difference was that all the rat holes in this rat-ruined's grotto heaven, whether they were in the void or on the stars, exuded an ancient aura. It was obvious that they had existed for a very long time. Yi Xian had already expected this. This was the true ancestral lair of the spatial rat clan. The clan's heritage was all in this rat-ruined's grotto heaven, and it had been passed down for at least tens of thousands of years. Very soon, some experts of the spatial rat clan crawled out of the rat holes in the nearby void and stars. They all respectfully greeted the sector lord, the golden rat. Then, they glanced at Yi Xian with a slightly strange expression, turned around, and returned to the rat holes behind them. Yi Xian found that they were all relatively young experts of the spatial rat clan. They should be the younger generation of the clan, but they were all extraordinarily talented and strong. Although he did not see any of them in the cosmos state, they were all above the Genesis state. Some of them were even in the cosmic state. They were not far away from the cosmos state. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian quickly understood. It was obvious that those young experts of the spatial rat clan were qualified to reside in the ancestral lair of their clan. Like Shu Wushuang, they were highly valued and nurtured by the clan. Apart from those extraordinarily talented juniors, there were obviously powerful Cosmos State, Star Lord, and even Genesis State spatial rats in this rat-ruined's grotto heaven. Yi Xian followed the sector lord, the golden rat, all the way forward. At first, there were obvious movements from the rats along the way, and some juniors of the clan would show up from time to time. However, the deeper they went, the weaker the movements in the surrounding rat holes. In the end, the surrounding void was dead silent. However, Yi Xian could vaguely catch some auras that made his hair stand on end. They were escaping from the rat holes of a few stars. They were at least sector lord level spatial rats, and they might even be universe-level existences. However, they had obviously not woken up and were in a deep sleep, not yet born. It was also at this moment that the sector lord, the golden rat, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped in the void. It turned around and glanced at Yi Xian, then raised its hand and pointed at the void in front of them. "Do you see that? There's a foggy area in front of us. It's only 100 kilometers deep. Through the foggy area is the rat ruins. It's a super huge planet." Chapter 38-31. In fact, even if the Realm Lord Golden Rat leading the way in front did not stop, Yi Xian would have to stop at this moment. At this point, he had already vaguely felt a murderous aura from the void. It was coming from the direction of the thick void in front of him. Based on his experience, this level of aura should belong to the primordial age, which was the level of the void ladle. It was still one level lower than the golden divine dragon and the void giant tortoise. Previously, in the netherworld furnace, Yi Xian had seen the remains of many primordial age beings. Therefore, he was quite familiar with this level of aura and could not be wrong. In other words, the primordial void rat on the superstar in front of him should be a primordial age mighty being, not a primordial age supreme being. As for which side it was on in the primordial age war, Yi Xian could not determine. The primordial void battlefield he saw in the inheritance picture was too vast. He did not even recognize all the primordial age supreme beings on both sides, let alone the primordial void rat that was one level lower. In the inheritance picture, Yi Xian did not see it at all. There was no related memory in his mind. According to his speculation, this primordial void rat either did not participate in the primordial age war and died of old age in the depths of the ancestral land's lair, or it was seriously injured in that battle and returned to the ancestral land's rat ruins grotto heaven to recuperate on the giant planet behind the thick void fog ahead. But in the end, it still died. Its injuries were too serious. But all this was not important. What was important was that the remains of the primordial void rat left behind was definitely a treasure to Yi Xian. Since he had come this time, he must find a way to harvest it and take it away. This was the fundamental reason why Yi Xian agreed to help the Realm Lord Golden Rat. Of course, Yi Xian would still share a bit of the precious blood and flesh that the other party needed. After all, the two of them were already allies, and he had obtained such a huge benefit for no reason. He had taken away the entire corpse of the clan's bloodline primordial ancestor, so when he ate the meat, he would at least get some soup. Give it to me. If this void rat was a supreme of the ancients, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying pressure emanating from its remains without the help of the headless infant corpse. After all, a supreme martial artist was a supreme martial artist, and a supreme martial artist from the mysterious primordial era. Even if he had fallen for countless years, he was still not someone Yi Xian could easily face. But the primordial era would not be a problem. Of course, he was still unable to enter by himself. Even if he wore the undying nirvana armor that had advanced into a starry sky treasure, it was still impossible because he would face the danger of his body exploding apart. However, if he summoned the Shinnong Cauldron and used its power to protect him, he should be able to barely do it. Although Yi Xian could not fully activate the power of the Shinnong Cauldron, it was only enough to protect him. He should be confident in being able to withstand the pressure of the remains of the primordial era. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian summoned the Shinnong Cauldron. However, he didn't reveal its complete form because it was too huge. Moreover, the power of the cauldron would be divided and become thin. Therefore, when the giant cauldron was summoned, it was only 300 meters in size. Yi Xian stood at the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist. His figure rose and fell within the dazzling 9-colored mist, faintly discernible. Sure enough, as soon as the 9-colored fog wrapped around his body, the cold pressure that he could faintly feel instantly disappeared. Yi Xian's heart calmed down. He turned around and nodded towards the Realm Master, the Golden Rat, not far away. Then, he activated the Shinnong Cauldron and charged towards the dense fog area in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he entered and disappeared. This cauldron is indeed extraordinary. If it wasn't refined by this brat, and I heard that the refinement method of a treasure cauldron is unknown, even a sector lord can't forcefully do it. Otherwise, I would have killed him and snatched this cauldron. It would be the same even if I entered the rat tomb myself. Seeing Yi Xian rely on the protection of the Shinnong Cauldron and safely enter the dense fog area in front of him, the eyes of the Realm Master Golden Rat, who was left outside, immediately burst out with an intense light of greed. He sighed and muttered to himself. In the end, he seemed to have thought of something. His originally dejected expression suddenly brightened up and his eyes burst out with light again, but it doesn't matter. As long as the legend is true, the bloodline primordial ancestor in the rat tomb can be revived. At that time, there will be a primordial era almighty overseeing my space's rat clan, devil dweller, and mosquito. Even if Old Two and the mad mosquito emperor come to denounce me, what can they do to me? Now, I can only hope that this brat has a large amount of netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste. Otherwise, even if the legend is true, moreover, the dark furnace lotion and the 9-colored meat paste that I sent into the bloodline primordial ancestor's body did work as a catalyst. It activated the remaining will to live in the bloodline primordial ancestor's body. However, we don't have enough treasures like this. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the bloodline primordial ancestor to fully awaken. There shouldn't be a problem. That brat must have a lot of stock. Otherwise, why would he be so generous and give me 1 cube each? This matter is safe. There shouldn't be any accidents. Now, the most important thing is to use my clan's secret technique to construct the sacrificial altar so that I can send the netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste into the rat tomb, and it only has the effect of a medicine, throwing a brick to attract jade, so I don't need too much. I have to keep some for myself. Just 1 foot, no, half a foot will do. After saying that, the Realm Lord Golden Rat's figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, it scuttled into a rat hole in the void not far away and disappeared. He had to return to his cave abode before he could do anything. This was because everything was too important. There couldn't be the slightest mistake, the dense area. After entering this area, although Yi Xian was protected by the Shinong Cauldron's 9-colored fog, he didn't feel any pressure at all, let alone being harmed. Even so, he still couldn't see anything in this area. His naked eye's vision was only about 100 meters. When he extended his divine sense or spiritual power, it was at most 1,000 meters. Compared to the depth of the dense area, which was 50 kilometers away, it was simply insignificant. Fortunately, it was only 50 kilometers away. With the protection of the Shinong Cauldron's power, Yi Xian didn't dare to say that his speed was fast, but it wasn't too slow either. In less than a minute, he felt his vision suddenly widen. His divine sense and spiritual power were no longer restricted. He finally passed through the dense fog area. What appeared in front of him was the interior of a vast and boundless planet. The dense area just now was equivalent to the atmosphere of this superhuge planet. Even the atmosphere was hundreds of miles thick, so one could imagine how huge this star was. Even in the 3 universes of the outside world, such a huge star was probably not common.